Good morning. Welcome to the third day of our December board meeting. It seems that we have been here for a week already, not because we are tired, but because we were so productive that it seems that it has been more than 2 days. I hope that we are all fresh. We have a very important discussion to hold this morning on firm culture and governance, which is the topic that will keep us busy this morning. Just for a very brief context and reminder of why we are here and what we are going to do. Last year in December, we decided to approve a work stream on firm culture and governance. The reason was the concerns and the reflections of this board about on a number of events, situations, scandals, etc., which have been recurring in spite of all the regulations, all the standard setting, all the activities, and all the concerns. So we thought as a board that we as an ethics standard setting board could not stay away of these problems and should try to explore if there was anything that we as an ethics standard setting board should do or could do to help improve the ethical behavior in firms. This is a slightly different approach to the work that we have been developing over time, because traditionally the IESBA sets standards and does work which address individual behaviors within the firms or from accountants. This time we are addressing a slightly different, we have a slightly different objective and scope, which is to understand or try to understand what in the firm's culture and governance may be creating space for some unethical behaviors to happen, and above all, understand what might be needed, what may be needed for a firm to become a highly ethical firm. The perspective of this work is definitely constructive, positive. What this board wants to do is to see how much we can contribute to help firms become highly ethical organizations, highly prepared organizations to avoid unethical behavior, to avoid problems that inevitably rebound on their own reputation, on their own business, on their own sustainability. So this is, and this is important to say, a work that we want to do with a constructive approach, and that 1 year after has already allowed this board to collect an impressive amount of high quality information about what the reasons, what the topics of work can be, where are the areas where we as an ethics standard setting board can probably or possibly help, which are the elements of firm culture and governance that might be addressed by the IESBA and how we should address it. The work stream will tell you about the work undertaken over these last 2 months, and it's impressive, the number of meetings, the number of stakeholders addressed, but also, and above all, what we see and what we have in front of us today, which is this draft report that the work stream will present, and that this board should discuss today and be ready to approve. Of course, with all your comments, all contributions, and etc. This is a collective project of this board, which is well set in our mission and in our vision about what we can do in this space. So your contribution is very welcome. Our discussion in September was very, very good. And I must say that I was a little bit surprised because it was a very busy week. We had that discussion on Friday. I was expecting a little bit of tiredness to affect or impact the quality of the discussion, and still it seemed that everyone had awakened for another world, and it was a very substantive and an important discussion. I expect the same today, of course, in a different stage of the project, as we have already the project, the report, the draft report, which is based on the report that was presented in September, but adjusted, tweaked, reviewed to incorporate the comments of this board. And we have a project proposal to move forward with this work as of January. These are the most important elements of the discussion today. Of course, you will receive an update from the group about the work undertaken and their thoughts. Accept and discuss and possibly approve the report and the project plan that is being presented, as well as be informed and contribute to set up a set of global roundtables that are being prepared or planned for first quarter and possibly the second quarter of 2025. So thank you very much, Chana, Rich, Hector, Rania, Carla, and Ken, as usual, for the work, and Jeff, of course, Jeff, who is leading the work from the staff side. Thank you very much for this amazing amount of work done, and I'm gonna pass to you, give you the floor, Chana, for the presentation, and to Jeff, I don't know which one of you will start. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gabriela. Yes, so as you said, we have done a lot of work in the last couple of months to get to where we are. Firm culture and governance is one of the board's, one of two strategic projects for the current strategic period 2024 to 2027. Other members of the group are Rich, Hector, Rania, and the staff, Jeff and Carl, and I think is Richard online. Yeah, Richard Fleck, who is a consultant on the project. We have worked on the draft report, taking the feedback from the September meeting, and you would see there's some sort of a restructuring of the report based on the feedback. So it's easier to read the report, which is in the front part, and then the additional information is more in the back part of the report. We have also continued the global stakeholder engagement, and Carla will shortly cover some of the stakeholder engagement we have done in Q4. The ongoing interest in this project from regulators, firms, PAOs, those charged with governance, reflect the critical importance of firm culture and governance. Firm culture not only affects the reputation of the individual firms, it also impacts the quality of the service delivery and the public trust in the accounting profession. While we recognize that culture and governance are challenging topics, if the board is able to develop a FCG framework that will provide a global baseline for firms to operate ethically and minimize the occurrence of these unethical behavior in the future, then that is a great outcome in the public interest. On behalf of the working group, I would like to thank all the global stakeholders who have engaged with us during the current year, and they have contributed their thoughts and insights in an open and transparent manner. We have engaged with all the different stakeholder groups and across 5 continents during this year. So it has already been quite an extensive stakeholder engagement effort, and that's in Appendix 7 of the report. And we have more planned, as Gabriela said, the global roundtables in Q1 to next year. Interestingly, the identified themes have remained broadly consistent, while we have made some refinements since the September meeting, such as what Laurie and some of the other board members suggested to take out accountability and have it as a separate theme. It's comforting to note the global consistency of these themes, regardless of the stakeholder group or the jurisdiction we have been engaging with. Our interactions with the stakeholders in Q4 confirmed these themes, and we didn't identify anything new. In the couple of hours we have today, we need to cover the report as well as the project proposal. Thank you to the board members who sent through some advanced comments, but most of them are editorial in nature, and Carla can incorporate it in the final report. So I think now I'll pass on to Carla to take us through the next few slides.
Thank you, Chana. Let me move the slide before we start. Yes. For today's session, we will guide the board through the items as outlined on the slide that you see in front of you. It does reflect the journey that the working group has undertaken to prepare for this meeting. We presented the preliminary report to the board in September, which outlined the working group's findings and proposed direction. And since then, we have carefully considered your feedback and revised the report, which result in the final version that you see that is posted on the website as agenda item 4A. And as Chana mentioned, I'll provide a brief update on the outreach activities that the working group conducted in Q4, which include insights from the Stakeholder Advisory Council and the Planning Committee meetings. Finally, we will discuss the project proposal and the next steps, which includes laying out the consultation work that will follow following the board's approval of the project proposal. At the September meeting, the board expressed support for the working group's preliminary reviews and the recommendations. So let's revisit some of these key principles that guided the discussion. The board underscored that ethics must permeate in every aspect of the firm's operations. It is not an optional component, but it is a value proposition that drives trust and credibility. Leadership was definitely acknowledged as critical in setting the tone and embedding ethics within firm culture. Without leadership's commitment, meaningful cultural transformation can indeed be challenging. While both ethics and quality are essential, the board reaffirmed that ethics must come first in the firm's strategy. Ethics serves as the foundation upon which quality can be built upon. The importance of measuring progress and maintaining a focus on continuous improvement in ethical standards and culture was also highlighted. This ensures that the effort to foster ethical behavior are not static but evolve alongside in the firm. The discussions that the board had also recognized that consulting and advisory service lines have significant public interest implications. Ethical standards must be applied consistently across all service areas to maintain public interest and trust. The board also emphasized the need for firm-wide accountability frameworks, and this should be tied to rewards, recognition, transparency to ensure that ethical behavior is actually reinforced at every level of the firm. Effective education and training must go beyond the technical knowledge and case studies. It is all about instilling an ethical mindset that guides behavior, decision-making, and professional judgment of everyone who works in the firm. Finally, the importance of fostering a supported environment where staff can feel safe raising concerns about unethical and unlawful behavior was highlighted. A speak-up culture is essential for accountability and transparency. So these are the principles that have been integral and acknowledged in shaping the final report and the proposed way forward from the working group, which we will discuss further in the following session today. As Chana mentioned before, we conducted a few outreach activities in Q4 prior to finalization of the final report and the project proposal. Subsequent to the September meeting, Chana, as chair of the working group, and staff reached out to stakeholders that we've engaged between the time of Q1 to Q3 to provide them with an update where the board landed in terms of presentation of the working group's preliminary reviews and recommendations. And we received several offline comments, for example, from the ICAW and the chair of the IESBA. We've also attended a few other outreach meetings, for example, with the ICGN and also at the OECD, where Rich and Jeff attended a meeting with few representatives from the OECD. I'll pause you to see if Jeff or Rich would like to add to that.
Thanks, Carla. In terms of some of these meetings, look, I think we have received very positive feedback. For instance, with the IOSCO C1 committee, they were certainly very supportive of this work stream or project moving forward and looking forward to working with us. I know Nigel has been here the last few days. I'm not sure if he's here right now, but he was part of that meeting. In terms of our meeting with the OECD, we met with some of the staff who is overseeing the principles of corporate governance, which is, of course, a fairly important document on corporate governance. And so we have some very productive and positive discussion with them, and we certainly agreed that we should continue with this, this conversation, and we will certainly be talking with them more in 2025. Thanks, Carla. I don't know if Rich wants to.
Thank you, Jeff. Moving along, the other outreach activity that was undertaken by the working group was the meeting with the Stakeholder Advisory Council held in November. This is the second meeting that we've held with the SAC, which represents about 30 representatives from various background and industry. The main points that was raised by the SAC members who was supportive of the general direction of the working group of the project. And some of the key comments were, there was discussion around the concept of public interest and the centrality to the professions. Some members emphasized that safeguarding public trust must remain a core objective in all of the firm activities. There were some observations made in regards to conflicts that are inherent in the current audit business model, particularly the payer-pay relationships. There was also some suggestion that perhaps the approach to NAM could be more effective to underscore a more flexible approach in terms of an effective solution. A few other items that we see on the slide, which resonates with some of the other messages that we've heard from other stakeholder outreach activities, were aligning reward and incentive structures with ethical values is essential for fostering a culture of integrity. This alignment is necessary for ethical behavior to gain traction across all levels of the firm. While the provision of independent non-executives was seen as a positive step, some SAC members did note that this consideration is something that to be considered other than a standalone solution. So that was a recommendation for working groups consideration. There were also members who pointed out that potential impact of emerging technologies and professional judgment and accountability. With increasing reliance on technology, some members noted that there needs to be a need to ensure oversight and human-centered ethical decision-making that remain a priority. On regulatory fragmentation, some members raised the point about the limits of regulatory frameworks in some markets as a barrier for consistent enforceability of standards. Some members stressed that importance of addressing this disparity to ensure global relevance and effectiveness of the code. Lastly, some SAC members noted that the importance of firm leadership and support from regulatory community was underscored as a critical enabler for driving meaningful change and embedding ethics at the heart of the firm culture. Now I'll pass the floor to Shana, who will take us to the next few slides.
Thanks, Carla. So we also presented this at the November Planning Committee meeting where the draft report was considered, as well as the project proposal before it was circulated to the board. The Planning Committee supported the proposed way forward and agreed with one project with 2 work streams. And I think later on, we will get to the resourcing aspect of it. Next slide, please. So the public interest issues, we have considered the public interest issues raised by PIOB, and it's included in the report as well as in the project proposal. And one of the things is, I think we have discussed it before as well. We are not really going to address the legal structure that currently exists in whatever jurisdiction. It will be agnostic of whether you're operating via partnership, company structure, whatever the operating model of the firm is. And we will cover all service lines and including network arrangements as suggested in the PIOB paper. I think we understand the steer in respect of the importance of the ethical behavior, that it's not just mere compliance, but how do we instill that mindset of ethical behavior. Next slide, please. So some of the changes from the report you saw in September, as I said, we have moved some of the sections, and so it's more readable. Probably the first 20 pages gets you through the report. We have highlighted, I think based on David's comments, about the ethics as a value proposition, and also highlighted that in certain instances, there will be public interest even in consulting services. It's not just about audit. And we have expanded elements of the governance framework. There's a clearer focus on oversight. As suggested by Laurie, there's a separate one on accountability. And we have also developed a couple of more illustrative examples in Appendix 9. So we have refined the recommendations as well. There'll be 2 work streams under one project. And we have also given some information on potential NAM topics in the report. Okay, I think this is the time where we, Gabriela, we would like to get some feedback on the report before we move to the project proposal.
Thank you very much, Chana, Carla, Jeff, for the work and for the presentation. So board members are now expected to provide your feedback and input not only on the elements of the presentation that we heard, any questions about the outreach, about the feedback heard from the stakeholders and etc., but above all about the report, because it's being submitted for discussion and approval. So we assume that you have read it. It's, as I said, not very different from what you already had seen in September, but it developed and progressed into something more readable in terms of the structure, and with some important adjustments that were made to reflect your comments. Mark, please.
Thank you. Well, based on comments previously in September, goes without saying, very supportive of the report and where you've got to. And I welcome the diversity of the outreach that the working group has done to try and make sure it's as informed as possible. Some thoughts in particular, I welcome the position in the report that the approach should apply to all service lines. Given the fact that it's been quite an active issue, both for us and for the NSS meeting, and I think the SAC as well, and there's a lot in the press, can we make sure we specifically cover off the angle of alternative practice structures? Because there's a question there about, you know, if does that bifurcate something in a way or not, and I think that should be part of it. I think there's a question about the merits of a framework sitting in the code and the framework sitting in a governance code, which, you know, is a question about, does it sit within the code of ethics itself, or is it something else that could be used? And I suppose the other thing that I did wonder about is that we've done quite a lot in the UK on culture, and the one thing that is really, well, not surprisingly quite challenging, is you don't change it overnight. And I think in the context piece in the report, we need to acknowledge that it's a journey. And, you know, we've been through things and like 4 years down the line, there's an appreciable impact. But if you'd said what's going to happen by next year, you wouldn't necessarily see everything move that quickly. I think that that's an important context piece, but very supportive of the report. And I think it gives us all a lot of food for thought.
Thanks, Mark. When you say alternative practice structures, are you talking about partnership companies?
I'm talking about impact of private equity.
Private equity, okay.
You know, there's a question of if you have, and we've seen presentations about the concept of an attest and non-attest firm. Well, in common with your approach and that of the working group that says it should cover all service lines, I would say it should cover the attest and non-attest firm, and shouldn't just be limited to the attest firm. And I think that that's an important sort of point of difference.
Okay. All right, and you know that I understand the point about the attest and non-attest firm, but you are aware on the private equity part, the EIOC will be also looking at it, and then we'll have I think Rich is on that work. So there'll be sort of coordination between whatever the EIOC does and the FCG group. In respect of where does this sit, I think that's a matter for the working group that goes forward to think about what is the best place for this to sit. And you're right. I mean, you don't change culture overnight, and it will be a bit of a journey, and we might only be able to assess how effective it has been 5 years down the track.
Right, thank you, Mark and Chana. Still on the private equity question, yes, this is something that will develop, I think, over time. For now, or the decision was to leave it for now with the EIOC to make the initial research and look at it for two reasons, because it's a very complex and delicate issue for us to start immediately doing something on that. And there is so much already in the scope of firm culture and governance that it would risk swallow the whole project. So we have to be careful in terms of the resource allocation, etc. But the speed of the work might be a little bit different, and we need to address it carefully, which doesn't mean that we will not say something about that, but that's for the EIOC to, for now, in close connection with the Firm Culture and Governance group, and which is ensuring the liaison, the link between the two, so that nothing gets lost along the way. Luigi, please. Sorry, Rich.
Yeah, thank you. And I read with very high interest the report, and frankly, I'm very satisfied of it. And of course, there are certain areas that are not still clear to me, but overall, I'm in agreement. And I think it has been done a very, very great job in summarizing everything you gather from your activity. There is still a matter that it is not clear to me, because you said that it would be, let's say, legal structure agnostic or something like that. But and I agree, because there are so many variations across the world that if it is not in this way, it will not be successful. But it seems to me that, and you anticipated a couple of times this in the document, that in order to be agnostic in this way, it should remain at the level of global baseline on a principle-based approach. While I also noted that you in the report already did choices to make it more closer to rule-based, which I warn you, if this is the direction, there could be significant implementation issues. An example, while the principle that you stated in the report is input by independent advisors, individuals, such as non-executive advisors and so on, and I agree with the principle, then in a couple of parts of this process of this document and in the example that you provided of how the code could be changed, the solution is firms should appoint an independent non-executive, which is one of the solutions that could be implemented, but not the only one. And it seems that the task force, the working group, is taking a decision about the directions here by applying a rule-based approach, which would prove to be very difficult to implement across the jurisdiction. So I recommend the working group here and the task force later to remain at principle-based level, clarifying exactly what is the need, but then leaving, let's say, the concrete implementation of this need, of the solution for this need, in a way that could be implemented, taking into consideration the baseline and the practical legal structure or legal jurisdiction or whatever it is. Any constraint would not be the reason not to implement it. Because I can think about many situations where appointing an INE may be an issue because you have different legal entities, different structure, independent practices under regulation, not under regulation. So these could be all constraints that under a rule-based approach would prevent the proper implementation of what I think it is a very sensible and reasonable approach.
I agree with you, Luigi. I think that is, we agree that it should be on a principles-based level. And I think subsequent to the distribution of the report, Rich has suggested a change, which would make it, I think, along the lines that you have suggested. So we take your point and we'll ensure that in the examples, we step back a bit and it's at a principles-based level.
Okay, thank you, Luigi and Chana. Rich, please.
Yeah, I would just go back to help Mark a little bit with his comment about alternative practice structures. It was well recognized by stakeholders and their feedback to us, as it was by the working group, that the code applies to all entities in the network, no matter what your structure is, no matter who your ownership is. And that includes these alternative practice structures. And perhaps we can take a look at strengthening a sentence or here or there to reemphasize that. But we weren't ignoring that, but we did recognize that if we were to come up with a firm culture and governance framework out of the project plan, it would apply to all entities in the network, regardless of ownership, structure, et cetera. And so I think we're on the same page, I guess, Mark, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Who was the next one? I think it was Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. I think in general, I'm responding favorably to what I see in there. I think there is a lot less of the aspect of within firm culture and governance that firm profitability is a bad thing, because it's not. I think firm profitability is a good thing because we want professional accountants to be highly trained, the best of the best, and part of that is that this is a very professional, very successful, profitable career. So I do appreciate that firm profitability was seen as a more of a do this while maintaining firm profitability, just in summary. So I do appreciate that. I had a couple of questions since this is the report, and I want to make sure that our support is solid. It was mentioned in the report, which was then used later on in the proposal. There are several paragraphs with the same numbers, but on page 11, because the appendix is, restart the paragraphs over again. Page 11, paragraph 42 refers to something that is an optional extra. An optional extra is in quotes. And when I see something in quotes, I feel that this must be some of the findings you had from somebody. So is optional extra a term that you've got from your outreach activities, or is it a construction of your own choosing? If it's a construction of your own choosing, I'm not objecting to the words. I just don't like seeing something in quotes as support if it didn't come from the evidence that you achieved. So you can take that on board. With regard to the equity investments, which have come up just the private equity, and I think that's on PDF page 31, which you see we have another paragraph 41, 42. So I thought I was going schizophrenic when I was writing the paragraph numbers down, and they were coming out differently. And I heard discussions about outreach and the things being mentioned. And now I'm trying to balance what the chair just said about, and what you said about who takes the lead on private equity investment. This is in a longer section called outreach activities. And paragraph 41 in particular starts off with an article, I think, in the Journal of Accountancy, and then it goes on to list many possible implications. And is this, and again, you don't have to necessarily respond to me today, but if this is going to stay in the report, and maybe this should be taken out of the report if it's not going to be the thrust of this project. And I think I'd gently make that consideration, or put as another appendix or in the back, because I'm concerned about some of the statements, the involvement of PE firms, for example. This can sometimes create, this may result in, if it's all based on, we heard this from our stakeholders, then I'd prefer it be crafted with, we heard this from our stakeholders, because otherwise I'm reading it, it sounds like just findings of your own, and I don't think it should be yet that. I think it should be what you hear from and if this is going to be a report for the basics of a project, this ought to be, in my view, what you heard from your stakeholders. And so now I will now go back to the profitability aspect for the first time, because the only one that I saw that caused me a question is the last sentence in the paragraph 41, which is such measures may include reducing investment in staff training and technology, which definitely sounds like a bad thing, and cutting back on resources necessary for quality audits. I mean, no one could argue that's a bad thing. And then it says, or prioritizing high margin clients over smaller, less profitable ones. And I guess I have an issue with that, because I think as a business person, I think that's okay. I believe what you meant is prioritizing high margin clients at the expense of providing quality work on smaller, less profitable ones. And if that's what you meant, if that's what the feedback is, I'd like that put in here, and it would be consistent with the other feedback you have. The other aspect that I didn't quite see coming out in the report, I've heard it mentioned, and I know that the IFAC SMP group is listed here as an outreach, is I'm very concerned about the scalability for small, medium firms. And I didn't quite see the results of what, other than, I think, mentioning the fact that you talked to the SMPs, what the SMPs provided in terms of feedback. I didn't. I may have missed that, but that concerns me. But what I also want to talk about is, I think, and forgive me for just jumping around, if I could just get all my comments out, is about the coordination with the IEESB. Excuse me. Okay, it's the paragraph 85 on page 18, which says it's also important for IESBA to coordinate closely with the IEESB to ensure any new standards and provisions are coordinated with ISQM1, which deals with the audit practice. And I just want to emphasize that, yes, this ought to be done at the beginning and throughout, the coordination with the IEESB, because if you're looking at an entire firm practice area, of which one is audits, they needs to be a real handshake, I think, with that, or things could get awkward, which I might suggest is a feature of other projects that we've had. So I really would encourage as much as possible that to happen. The other aspect which I see, and this is maybe coming up more in the next one, is the issue of, and this was raised too, enforceability. And the enforceability of the regulatory schemes that really deal with the individual professional accountant, as opposed to enforceability at a firm level. And so I think, and again, this might come up with the project proposal, that somehow dealing with firm culture and governance, yet having responsibilities that are enforceable because they drive down to an individual professional accountant. Let's see. And yeah, and I know Luigi mentioned about the private equity firms, and that came up. So I would respectfully ask if the private equity is really even given these remarks, if it's if you can consider my comments about where the source of that information was, but maybe it's best not even addressed in this report, or at least maybe de-emphasized and put in an appendix if it's going to be. If it's really outreach you got, then I guess it's a fact and I'll accept it. But anyway, if you could take that on board, please.
Thanks, Andy. So on, I think I can't remember exactly which paragraph, but a paragraph does have that there will probably be a threshold where sometimes, for example, the INE might be, there could be a threshold, but we are not got there yet. So, for example, I think in the UK it's 20 pies, but in Japan it's one listed entity will also get you there. So we can have a look at the SMP issue and whether we have to put in a bit more on that.
Well, I meant the SMP issue generally. I mean, I think I'm with Luigi. That's a solution that seems specific and not principles based. So you're dealing now with a regulatory scheme you've mentioned. So that's, I think, for the project team to figure out the solution on a principles based way. And I see having INEs of 20 to be certainly a rules based that I wouldn't respond favorably to in general, but thank you.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. So on the private equity, we can have a look at whether we de-emphasize it. And you have something to add, Jeff? No? So we can have a look at that and see how we deal with that. And maybe we don't really need it there in the report because at the moment we are going to give it over to the IOC in any case. Rich?
Yeah, I would just comment, you referenced that paragraph 41, which is in Appendix 1. All of Appendix 1 is shareholder feedback, not working group viewpoint. So those things were said, Andy.
No, and I appreciate that. That's the title.
But I get your point about whether it even needs to be in there.
I do, but other sections say feedback was, and I realize that's the overall section. I just wanted to confirm and that in fact that was feedback. And I think it just would be read stronger if that format that was followed elsewhere in that appendix was for that particular paragraph. So it'd be clear to me that this isn't the construct of the working group.
Just quickly, in terms of this scalability point, and obviously not just SMPs, but even firms in different jurisdictions, you have to be able to adjust it and scale it. And some of the comments that Louis just mentioned, for instance, in terms of INEs, that's that issue of setting global standards that can be operable and implementable. So in the recommendations, we of course mentioned scalability, and in SAC as well, Monica, who is the SMP Advisory Group Chair, has again mentioned the importance scalability. So certainly going forward, the project team will it's one of the I guess elements of the scope, and certainly one of the principles that we'll be working towards to make sure that we are writing standards or developing standards that will take into account scalability. So for instance, the point of provision of independent input, that is ultimately the main principle, but how we set the standards that make it scalable, that's something that the working group, the project teams will certainly address going forward. But some of the other points you've made, the working group will look at it and see if we make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for your good comments. And yes, I'll just reiterate at this point in time that I think that scalability and proportionality is something that it's already embedded in the mindset of the ones working in this project. And it's, I think, for me, obvious that at the end we will not. It's not reasonable that we would come up with something which would apply equally to all the firms. In this space, I don't think, and we are not reinventing the wheel. If we think about corporate governance and things like that, it never started by applying to all the companies, but just for some of them. This is a different reality, of course, but I think that what we can reassure everyone is that this is from the start a concern, and that is already being taken on board. Christelle, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have a lot in common when we state things here. I had two aspects that I wanted to raise. The first one, just to close up on the private equities. I was private investors. I was wondering if in the way forward there was it can be the working group, it can be the IOC, but is there an intent to meet some of them to have their input of these the private investors feed in? Yeah, I don't know if you met some or if the EIOC is going to do so, but I would argue that it might be interesting for those who have been investing in the profession to have this. So I was wondering.
Linda, can you please respond?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Christelle. Yeah, we have started some outreach to stakeholders in the private equity investment and accounting space. And most recently, I guess it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Rich, myself, Jean, and Carla attended a PE summit. And at that PE summit, there were, I don't know, 100, 150-ish individuals, most of those being accounting firms, but probably 25 to 30% being represented of the private equity investment group. Mm-hmm. So we've talked to them. We're going to continue to speak to those groups and gather more information during our research phase that we'll bring back to you.
Okay. So this was my question on that aspect. And the other one was to some extent an echo to what Mark said about it is a journey. And I was a little bit frustrated about the fact that for me, there is a lot of value in tools like partners and staff culture surveys, but it is quite statistic. It is a bit. It is listed here in accountability in chapter 65 of the report, but as a static example. For me, it is part of it should be part of a long time journey on which you, of course, you make diagnosis, but you make action plan, and you have also people participating to moving the culture, because it, of course, the tone at the top is very key, but you don't change culture by the top only. So I was wondering if addressing this remark that Mark said about the fact that it is a journey, medium to long-term journey, and having something which would be set as a more dynamic with action plan and reassessment against the action plan, etc. And this, I didn't find it.
Thank you, Christelle, for that feedback. And certainly we agree that developing culture in any organization, it is a journey. And I think what the report is trying to highlight is some of the tools that's been used to assess to assess the culture at a particular point. But we will look at whether, certainly your point and Mark's point in terms of perhaps bringing something in the report that demonstrates, more expressly state that it is a journey. But of course, what this board is going to do is we're setting principles-based standards. So we can't, we will consider all those things, but at the end of the day, we need to look at what we can set as requirements or application material, because we need to think that, and we'll talk about that perhaps at the next part, is we're looking at a framework, a principles-based framework compared to a system. We're not developing a system here. So that's the difference, but very good comment, and we'll look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle, and Linda, and Jeff. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I probably would echo what has been said, in particular by Luigi. I think the way that this is laid out, Chana and team, it's really very clear. I think you've done a good job. So when I read through it, I thought it made a lot of sense. And I was particularly happy to see that ethics are really framed from the perspective of something that you live and breathe, and that ultimately it actually does provide a strategic advantage, both on profitability, to Andy's point, and other things. The one thing I would encourage you to think about, although I realize completely it's not the scope here, when I look, for example, at the findings and the recommendations and the best practices, they're actually much broader than firms. I would argue that those are practices that you would see in any organization that has the right kind of culture. So as we think about, for example, the CFO project next year, it might be helpful just to keep in mind that direction, so that if there's, for example, recommendations that are made to the extant code, that we're thinking about that, because I think it is broader than just the firms, although I totally acknowledge that's not the scope. It was just something I would encourage the working group to keep in mind. Thank you. Thanks,
David. Yes, you're right. Some other things, when you look at it, incentives, if it's misaligned, that would impact whether you are a firm or you are a listed company. It's the same issue. So I think those themes can be easily be applied to an organization as well. Thanks.
Thank you, David and Chana. Let me just tell you, David, that this was one of the topics that was also identified by the SAC, by the Stakeholder Advisory Council. They made a similar comment about the connections between the two possible projects. Again, I think this is just shows that our strategy and work plan and the topics that we have identified as possible topics for work are consistent and logical and coherent, because they are all connected. At the end, firm culture and governance could be almost an overarching project for all the others, at least as I see it. That's it. So next it was Tomoyo, I think.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the working group for the hard work so far. Regarding the standard setting project, I'm fine with that if it's being principle-based, because it is good to outline the best practice. But I think this should be different from what is written in the existing code. It should be very, very principle-based, and also not only because of the scale, but to embed good culture. I think it is very important for the firm or the leaders to proactively take action rather than told to do so. So I expect such kind of nuance in the code, and expecting that to look quite different from what is written in the current code, which is more a requirement. And so, and I think that is why the Japanese governance code apply, comply, and explain a kind of concept. And yes, I think what Kristen mentioned about the action plan also is a good idea, but I think we have to make the people do that with being convinced to do rather than forced to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. I don't know if you want to respond, Chana?
Yeah, I mean, we have still not got to the stage of actually drafting it, so we will keep that in mind. Yes, in our conversations with the JFSA, also they explain that although there is a rule of even if you do one listed company, you need to abide by the governance code. They do allow, as you say, if you can't comply, then what are you doing about it? So we did hear that from the JFSA.
Thank you, Chana. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to react to Andy's comment on the issue of profitability of firms, and I totally agree with you that profitability is, I mean, it is a very important driver of it can be, if properly with the right intentions, it can be a very important driver of quality and good practices. But what I wanted to say or nuance is that it was the intention, this is my understanding, that the intention of the working group to advance one key notion, which is that ethics is a strategic value proposition that enhances profitability. So, I mean, you said that, okay, I mean, seek out profits while being ethical. Actually, what we're trying to say is, no, a good ethical conduct can actually enhance your profitability. And so that is one point we tried to get across. And the other thing concerning private equity, I mean, through our outreach, one of the key behavioral risks that we picked up was the excessive focus, I mean, on profits within private equity structures. And so in my mind, this is basically this key behavioral risk is one of the key things that we are addressing in this project as it is now. So, I mean, as Rich said, what we're doing applies to everything, but very specifically to private equity structures, because that's the key behavioral risk that we're trying to deal with. So, thank you.
Anything from your side? Thank you very much, Rania, for reinforcing that point. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. So very quickly, just a quick reaction on the discussion on PE. So I feel that when you discuss about culture and governance, you have to talk about the ownership trends, the ownership patterns, ownership structure. So the ownership structure does have an impact on culture and governance. So I suggest, while I do understand the concern that if this group gets into examining private equity issues, it may be a huge distraction perhaps. So maybe that could be left for a later day, or depending on how we want to address it through a separate group, etc. But some discussion on the subject in this would be very useful, while the conclusion could be that this needs separate examination, separate working group being set up, etc., etc. So we can't get away from the discussion on private equity when we discuss about culture and governance. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. I think this is more for me to respond than for you, Chana. Of course, there was, of course, some appetite to include this in this project. But as I said, and stakeholders are definitely, it's no use trying to ignore that, because our stakeholders are recurrently bringing this topic to us and saying that the IESBA has to look at it. And important stakeholders, by the way, in a very clear way. Still, the reason why we started this and all the reasons and the motivation for this project, I'm not saying that it does not include, because as everybody's seeing, there are connections and links and impacts and etc. But it's a very specific topic, very delicate one, very complex one. It's really an emerging issue, while the group is dealing with not that much emerging topics and issues. It's on the contrary, it's about recurrency of certain things. So they are at the different levels of maturity in terms of reflection and in terms of knowledge. We can't risk doing anything in a space which is very complex and requires a lot of understanding of what is happening. You may have an idea, I have an idea about the risks and all these things, but it's necessary to go out and understand a lot of things. This is starting. We are not yet sure about the concrete material and the real impacts that this is making. So the phase of outreach, of fact-finding, research, understanding, knowledge collection, and etc., it's different. It's definitely at a different level. So we needed to, for now, I'm not saying that it might merge in the future. For now, we needed to separate a little bit the two, because otherwise there would be a risk that we would not get it right on the one and the other. And we need to be sensitive to the complexity of the topic and of the need of the IESBA. Probably to do something, we may want to say something. I mean, there are a few things which might be a little bit obvious, inclusive, but we may want just to remind of the risks and how the code deals with the risks. And we are not putting that aside, but putting everything in the same bag and in the same project would be a risk. In two senses, the risk that none of the parts of the project would be very successful, and that we might be making some mistakes or some pre-understandings and etc. that we don't want to do. So this is really the phase of the EIOC to jump in and understand, collect knowledge, facts, and etc., so that in some time we may have a clearer idea about what the issues can be and whether the IESBA has a role to play here or not. So it's a different pace, a different stages. But thank you for bringing that, and we are not shying away from looking at it. We already had presentations at this board to kick off the discussion, the awareness, and etc. As you see, there are members involved in attending these things, but for the time being, it's better to keep them in their right places to make sure that we get it right. Thank you. Thank you for raising it, because everybody's speaking about the same thing, but because it's really an emerging topic. Vanya, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's very informative, and I think it's a very important topic for all of us as IESBA, because ethics and governance should work together. If those who are charged in governance are not ethical, it's hard to believe that the rest of the company will be. So I understand that there is a lot of synergy and something that we should be addressing definitely. About the private equity, that is the great question. We understand at IOC that it is still early days in order to have it as a product, but I would like to reiterate Gabriela's position that definitely the firm culture group and IOC will work together and exchange information and keep the rest of the board aware of any kind of change in complexity or in the situation that will bring us to believe that it is right time to transform it into a specific project. And I also would like to comment on the question of scalability. Geoff mentioned Monica Forster, who at IFAC is the chair of the Small and Medium Enterprise Initiative, and I have very good contact with her. And so I'd like to offer to make any kind of bridge that you need in this work on that in order to guarantee that the scalability is well taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanya. I think we did meet at the SMP engagement. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for your offer, Vanya. It will certainly be precious, although we are in contact with her, but that connection can be very important when we start addressing the level of scalability and proportionality to include in the project. Laurie, please.
Thank you. Well, I would just like to start by commending the team on what I think is a great piece of work. This is a broad amorphous topic, and it's hard to harness it a little bit so that it's moving in a coherent direction. And I think all of your outreach and your discussions with people really come through. And I think the challenge when you develop a standard will be the same thing, right? How do you make it practical and scalable? So I'm glad to hear that you're focused in thinking about those things. But I think this is a really great start. I just wanted to say that I think it's another one of these deceptively simple pieces of work that is actually much, much harder when you get into it because of the amorphous nature of culture. It's not, as Mark said, it's not a moment in time. You have the culture. Firms' cultures take time to develop and are continuously changing as they bring new people in and new leadership. So it's a continuous improvement type process. So I won't be here, but good luck with this project. I think yeah, that's pretty soon by Friday. I won't be able to say that anymore, but it's a logical project to be doing given the mandate of our board. But because of the nature of the topic, I think, we've always been approaching with standards set at particular issues. This is the overarching topic. So this is the big thing, right? So best of luck on this. I think it's really important.
I just also, Laurie, thank you for your support. And I also remember when we were discussing this last year, some of your comments have made a really significant impact on this project because you mentioned you cannot just look at culture. You've mentioned you have to look at governance because governance determines the culture. And that's certainly some of the conversations with stakeholders, them mentioning that, culture is really hard to define, but you know it when you're in a certain environment. But having that governance framework, that sort of framework will set your culture and therefore the impact on the individual behavior. So certainly thank you for bringing that up last year.
Thanks, Laurie, for the feedback. And although you won't be here, we might reach out to you.
I'm sure we will. Sadia, please.
Awesome.
So I too am appreciative of the project, and also I really want to commend the working group for taking the time to restructure the flow. I think it reads much better and it gets to the point very well. I have a question, and I'm apologize if you were planning on discussing this a bit later, but I was wondering what plans you have for this report specifically, not for the project proposal, but how would we launch this report? Because I think this report will give rise to many conversations on the topic without actually getting into what the project proposal is going to deal with. I think that firm culture and governance, as has been mentioned, might be a topic on many different stakeholders, and it might be an invitation for collaboration without even getting into roundtables and the project proposals, which might put questions on IESBA and not actually just allow for conversation.
So I think we have a plan to issue a final report in January with a short statement. And that would, as you say, generate a lot of, I think, interest.
Sorry, I was going to say, of course, Rui is here today and he'll be joining us soon in terms of communications. It is really important that we need to, not just with this body of work, but all our work, we need to be able to promote it properly to, so we can continue to engage our stakeholders. So Chana's mentioned a couple of things that we will be doing, but it's a good point for us to really think about, between now and perhaps January. Of course, later on, we're going to talk about the global roundtables. And so we're trying to kind of have something just to keep the momentum going. And I think that's really important. And of course, using the, maybe this is, we might as well say it now, in terms of the non-authoritative materials, that will also help build that momentum. So that will complement the standard setting. And so hopefully then we'll encourage and create a lot of conversations that we need to understand how to address some of these issues at the global level. But it's a good reminder. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chana and Jeff, for responding to Sadia. Sadia, I think you raised, of course, a very important question as to what is going to be made out of this report. It is a great piece of work, as a number of board members have remarked, and the amount of work that went into the stakeholder outreach is simply incredible over the course of, I would say, nine months when this initiative was launched. There is a huge amount of material in the report, and the richness of the feedback that the working group has collected, I think, should not be left to go to waste. So absolutely, we will issue this report. It is a report of the working group. It is not a report of IESBA. It is a working group that has developed a report with recommendations to this board. So this board is not expected to approve the report per se, but this board is expected to consider the report and agree whether it is willing to accept the report as it is, with the findings, plus the recommendations. So the report itself will, I would posit, will provide a basis for this board to go out to the world, in effect, to the marketplace, and really engage with stakeholders on the issues that are being highlighted in the report. And there's a huge swath of these issues, the themes, the interconnectedness between the themes and some of the ideas that are coming through already. So I think it would behoove the board, I would argue, for in fact board members, as you're going back to your particular networks and jurisdictions and so forth, to continue that conversation, as Jeff and Chana have highlighted the importance of really keeping the topic on stakeholders' agenda as we then pivot towards the roundtables, which are, I'm sure Chana and Jeff will speak about in a moment, which then will provide the next sort of a stepping stone as we go down the path. And just in connection with stakeholder feedback, I'm just reflecting on the conversation that we had with the SAC, the Stakeholder Advisory Council, last month. What you saw on this slide was very condensed. Essentially, it was just a set of 8 bullet points, and it doesn't really do justice to the richness of the conversation we had with the SAC. And some of that richness has been captured in Appendix 1, but of course, it's merged with feedback from all the conversations that the working group has had with stakeholders. And just to give you a sense, there was quite a bit of discussion on the issue of the public interest. What does it mean to the profession to have a responsibility to act in the public interest? and there were views that in fact there's more that needs to be done. Not so much to try to define it, but to really put it back on the burner, so to speak, because the public interest is the profession's calling card, as I think someone on the SAC highlighted. And there was certainly a number of voices around the table that really were very clear to say there's more that needs to be done in that regard. As I say, not to define it, but to see what more can be done to really put it on the sort of on the radar screen, and also not to see it as a roadblock, and not to see it as an obstacle that would kind of slow down the work that needs to be done. But there's more to be done on that. Also, there were I heard there were a couple of comments around the issue of scalability. This was also another issue that was discussed at the SAC. Again, just to illustrate the richness of the conversation we had. And the report certainly touches on this in various places. But the views were essentially kind of across a range, I would say, across a spectrum. There was one view in particular that said, well, does it really make sense to go so broad and cover all sizes of firms? Or should this board perhaps be a little bit less ambitious and really just focus on the largest firms, or perhaps on firms that undertake PI engagements, in other words, or these public interest entities? So that was a consideration, not to say that the SAC was directing or suggesting to this board that it should have a narrow scope, but there was a view as to whether the scope should be narrower. But on the other hand, we had a very diverse conversation, very rich conversation about the SAC, about the importance of culture being inseparable from a firm strategy, regardless of the size of the particular firm. And that illustrates again that there's a different perspective about the importance of looking at the issue of firm culture and governance across the spectrum, and not just at the largest sort of end of the market. So my point is, there's much in the report that I think, if we were to lose that, and if we were just to not say more about it, I think we would have lost a lot of the work that's been done over the course of the last 9 months, as I say. Yeah, but certainly we will definitely see how we can kind of put it together, finalize it, and then release it as a basis and as a platform for further dialogue with stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Ken. I see in Sadia's words and question an incentive for us to think about how to move forward with this report in a dynamic way. I think it's your point. How are you going to engage? The roundtables will be a great opportunity, but it's a one-off. And I think that your point is more thinking about setting something which will allow a continuous engagement with stakeholders, which I already heard from some of you yesterday, but these weeks are so rich that we don't have the time to process all the comments and all the observations, but I definitely think that we should think about something. This is a project or whatever it's going to be where we will need to keep a very close dialogue and engagement at all times with stakeholders. So thinking about what you said, maybe we can think about something more than just, and it's a lot, the roundtables that will allow us over time to keep on engaging with stakeholders. Thank you for that. As usual, short and very, very sharp. Thank you. Then, Yohai.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your great work. And my first point is very much similar to the point Ken raised. In order for the code to be applied globally, the scalability is very important. And so my point is, we need to think about what scalability means. And so my basis is whether if the firm is small in terms of size, but if that audit PI entities, then there might be an idea that the same requirements should be applied. So we need to think about what the scalability means. This is my first point. And the second point is, I don't want to appear to be too pushy, but I agree some of members that private equity issue is very important, and I was wondering that it might be a good idea to think about it from the transparency perspective. So to include a consideration for the disclosure of how private equity investment affect the firm's decision making and the partners' remuneration decision making. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Yohei, for those comments. So definitely scalability is an issue that we will need to look at. On the private equity, I mean, we do cover, there are some aspects of private equity covered in the report. I think Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a plan to develop a staff alert early next year on private equity.
Sorry, it's under consideration, Chana. So I think we will come back to the board with some recommendations from the staff level.
Yeah, and I sort of come back to Gabriella's point before. I think if we try to do both in this project, we are going to come up with some difficulties. So it's like, shall we do this piece? And maybe later that piece might merge, but for the moment, let's do this one. And because it's also private equity is changing all the time. It's like developing. And so it's better to, I think, focus on what we know and what we have already identified on firm culture and deal with that. And then based on whatever the EIO say does, then maybe later on it can come back, aspects of it could come back to this project.
Thank you, Yohei and Chana. Chana and Jeff, in the interest of time, I would probably suggest that we collect 2 or 3 questions and then you react after, because we still have to go through the project plan. And I suspect that this will take some time. So Sunam.
Thank you. Yeah, very briefly. I'm very supportive of the findings and observations in the report. Report in itself is very structured well, informative and thorough to cover all relevant important matters regarding firm culture and governance. I believe the standard setting in the future from now on will be much more difficult than just conversation or information gathering. So I wish the project team good luck in proceeding with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Vanya, do you want to speak again? Okay. Andy?
Thanks, Chair, for letting me come back again. And it was just some comments prompted this, and I was going to mention it when we get to the project proposal. But in terms of the fact finding that you did, sometimes one stakeholder can give some very important feedback, but it was mentioned in 4A as some respondents and in one case one, and that's this unique aspect of the systemically important entity. I think that's what it is, which comes from the Australian tax person, but it is showing up in the and that seems to be part of this whole scalability aspect, right? So it's not just public practitioners versus non-public practitioners. It's also then these, I guess, super public practitioners with a systemic important. So my question is in your outreach, was it just that one respondent who mentioned something along the lines of a systemically important, or did other respondents give the notion that there may be PA firms that had an outsized influence on their community? Because if it is one, it's still important, but since it's translating into the project proposal, and I don't want to see how they're going to do that. I just want to make sure it doesn't get an outsized a push, and I'm not quite sure how to operationalize that. So thank you.
If I may take this, Andy, indeed that phrase, systemically important, it was coined by one stakeholder, although throughout the conversations, especially regulators came in and highlighted the point about some of these firms have immense influence within the market. Just as Yohei mentioned, could be a small firm, but they audit pies. So there, to your question, point by one stakeholder, although the concept of these firms being important, it was most of the stakeholders.
Yeah, just to be clear, this concept of is a firm being of systemic importance was already mentioned when we received the presentation at this board from Jeremy Hirschhorn, who is a second commissioner at the ATO, the Australian Taxation Office, China, if I'm not wrong. So this was mentioned in this board already, and it was in connection, to be very clear, it wasn't in connection with even a small firm auditing a pie, but the reference was to some of the largest firms. The Big Four is kind of the obvious set of, the group of firms, but that's the context. It's the largest firms at the extreme end of the market, not necessarily this, the smallest firms that perhaps might be auditing, an important public interest entity.
Right, and the concept of systemic is also one throughout that we explored and did put in our final report and in our standards in the PI aspect. So I just was curious, and thank you both for your responses.
And sorry, speaking about scalability and proportionality, this can be a very important element to draw the line between the two worlds. And it's for me, I think it's obvious that some of these firms and their work really have a systemic impact. Thinking about the impacts on capital markets, on specific big companies, and etc. So, but it can be really helpful to separate the waters and say, well, what we put in this side and in this side should be subject to different principles.
And I would respond favorably to that. I just was curious as to the overall outreach of it, and the question had come back that while that term is maybe a unique term, the concept is really the important aspect. And so it sounds like the concept is not an aberration. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sunam, I'm assuming that you forgot to, yeah, okay. And finally, Begonia.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the PIOB, we appreciate very much the work done by this work stream, which is summarized in the report and also in the project proposal. We are pleased to see that the public interest issues identified in the October report have been taken into account. And in particular, well, the objective has been well defined. The project is going to follow a principles-based approach. This has been mentioned several times here, but I want to insist on that because it's important to recognize that the model is one model cannot be adequate for all. So it depends on jurisdictions, fee structures, and size. So I think this is a good way. All in all, it's true that this project is important to raise the ethical behavior of all firms, which is clear in the public interest. However, in the SAC meeting, there were some comments that perhaps should be addressed in a more detailed way. I refer to the conflict of interest related with financial incentives. I would also mention some doubts about the significance of the public interest in a more detailed way in the project. And I would like to insist on the idea of the private equity, because I am not so sure if this is going to be taken into account in this project. It seems it's going to be dealt by the other OEC committee, but the fact that this is an emerging topic doesn't mean it's not a critical aspect at all. So on the contrary, because it's so critical at the moment, I think this is something particularly relevant in order to be considered not, if not within this particular project, immediately, because it's really a risk that can come and affect the behavior of companies derived from the new structure of firms. Thank you.
So, I mean, Begonia, I didn't say that we are going to completely ignore private equity. It's just that for the work to progress, the firm culture group will start on the work, while the EIOC will start on the private equity, and somewhere along the way we might meet and, yeah. Gabriela?
No,
Yeah.
I have nothing to add, except that what I said before. We are very well aware of the importance of the topic. We are listening very well to our stakeholders who are insistently saying, you have to look at it, and that's what we are doing. But from a methodology and even a strategic perspective, we need to separate them for the reasons that I said, and not to take the risk of trying to put everything in the same bag at the same time and making some mistakes. It's emerging, it's important, it involves some risks, but it requires a level of knowledge gathering and fact finding that we are not yet there. So we need to take it at different paces and in different places, and having different people looking at it. Otherwise, it would have to be a super group with a lot of people there and doing work in two different paces. This is a methodological approach, not a philosophical approach about the importance of the topics or their relevance or ignoring them. Okay, I think that we don't have anyone else wanting to comment, so we are going to move to the next. Sorry, Begonia, did you still want to speak? Okay. Next part of this topic, which is the project proposal, and I don't know exactly who is going to present.
Yeah, I'll start
Chana.
off. Just to close off on the report, so I think we have gathered some comments, and the working group will be meeting during lunchtime, and we'll do some amendments to the report and circulate it back by Friday. Jeff? Yes. Yes. And by tomorrow, so for Friday for approval. Then that would be it for the working group's report. So thank you all for your feedback. So the next one is the project proposal. I know we are sort of a bit behind time, so I might move through this fairly quickly. So you have seen the project proposal. The project objective is there on the screen. It's to develop a culture and governance framework that promotes, supports, and reinforces a high standard of ethical behavior across all of the firm's services. We have looked at the qualitative characteristics of the public interest framework and identified that those are the relevant qualitative characteristics. We have also included the public interest issues in the project proposal. And now I'll hand over to Jeff, who will take us through the project proposal.
Thank you, Chana. I will just add the qualitative characteristics is, of course, from the public interest framework, as Chana's mentioned. So these characteristics, I'll just add that will help guide the development of the standard setting component, which is the culture and governance framework, and to make sure that whatever this board agrees on and what the project teams develop is responsive to the public interest. So I'll just move, oops, sorry, went too fast. So the project proposal that the board had a chance to review the different elements, and we want to just bring out some of the key aspects with this board, and we'll get your feedback. Of course, the main crux of the project proposal, other than the objective, which is good to hear that Begonia, from the PLB's perspective, that was clearly stated. Firstly is, of course, the scope of the project, as we've already heard from the early feedback from the board. The importance of the scope, which is number one, is that it is principles-based. I think that's really an important aspect to make sure that this board is setting standards. But it's a framework, not a system, but also it's important that it's not the role of this board to tell firms how to run a business per se, but we're really coming to looking at from an ethics and governance perspective to make sure ultimately it helps the staff in the firms to make sure they act ethically. Of course, all service lines that we've talked about, and of course, there is that connectivity with ISQM one that we'll talk about a little bit later. And of course, all service lines in the sense that it's there, it should be applicable to the whole firm, all staff, the senior leadership right through from senior leadership to the most junior staff. And different sizes of firms. We've already talked about the importance of scalability, so I won't repeat it there. And then the project proposal have included some of the key elements of a culture and governance framework. So we call it here, just for simplicity, FCG framework. Essentially a framework of principles that will facilitate the promotion of ethical behavior within firms. And so this framework in the project proposal has identified some key elements that we've listed there. You will find that essentially these are the same key elements that are identified in the working group's findings. So it's sort of it aligns with what is already in the report, and it's good to hear the board was supportive of those. And in terms of some of what is in the project proposal, each of these areas, we've identified some elements that we want to look at, that the project teams will consider as we start the project phase. But it's important to understand that nothing is set in stone per se. So it's good to hear some of the comments that if it looks like we've already decided we want to take those language out, because whilst we identify these key areas and some of the elements that we want to look at based on the information gathering that we have received and based on the working group's findings, the project team will take this with a fresh look. And of course, there's still a lot of information gathering that we need to do, starting with the global roundtables that we will get to in just a minute. But also recognizing that perhaps there could be other areas that we need to focus on, or key area that as we go out and speak to our stakeholders. So the first few months, of course, in terms of the information gathering is particularly important. Another aspect that we identify in the project proposal is, of course, the location of the standard that Mark has highlighted earlier. In the project proposal, we talked about maybe part 3 or new part, and of course, Mark has highlighted that would should even be inside the code. That's something that the project team will consider, and that's not a lot that we can say at this point, because we need to take that into consideration, and we'll discuss within the project team, and then we'll come back to the board next year with some ideas, suggestions, and perhaps recommendations. So that's something that, but it is something that it's important that we need to think about, because it does impact the effectiveness of the standard that we are setting. The next elements of the project proposal that we want to just give the board perhaps a little bit more of a highlight is the approach that we will be taking in terms of progressing the in terms of progressing the project. First part, of course, is the global roundtables that we've mentioned, and they will be in Q1 and Q2. And a little later, perhaps at the end, we'll give you a bit of an update where we have got to with this roundtable. So we'll just we'll just go through a couple more slides first. The next elements we want to bring to the board's attention, it's already highlighted and recommended by the working group in the report, is the development of non-authoritative materials, or NAM. So within the project, there will be a separate work stream that will look at the development of NAMs. And of course, these two work streams, the standard setting work stream and the NAM work stream, will work very closely, and really the NAMs will complement the standard setting component, but it also will, it's really important because there's a lot, as Ken has mentioned, there's a lot of material that we have already collected that we believe would be quite helpful to firms and to other stakeholders, but they are not really something that you could put into the standard setting, into a standard. So we want to take advantage of having that opportunity to develop NAMs. And these three topics we have already highlighted in the report, and I don't intend to go into any more details, but these are just three potential topics that the working group has highlighted. So as we start the project next year, the two work streams will work very closely together and perhaps moving these topics forward or identify additional topics or elements that we can. NAMs can be a lot of different things, of course, and so we will work towards try to make sure that you get the benefits of using a non-authoritative material. One thing we need to be mindful of, and I think Ken had mentioned that in the September meeting last year, is you cannot move the NAM too fast. Because if you say something in the NAM, it could potentially lock the board in terms of its views that is still being developed from a standard setting perspective. So we need to be careful in terms of how we progress this particular work stream. The next point is coordination with the EIOC, and I think we've sort of talked about this quite a lot in terms of particularly their involvement in the understanding of private equity investments in firms. Perhaps I would just add that we will have very close coordination with the EIOC and certainly work with them and understanding its implication. But more broadly, as others have mentioned already, legal structures does have an implication in terms of its governance. So we will, of course, the project teams will try to endeavor to get the necessary level of understandings, but also taking into account some of the PLB's early comments, and let's not get distracted because there are a lot of information that we could be gathering. And so it's important that we get the right amount of information, talk to the right people. But with the EIOC, certainly we'll be liaising with them on the private equity investments component. And the last bit I want to draw your attention to in terms of the approach is coordination with IESBA, particularly because of, as we all know, the connectivity with ISQM1, and also as part of the due process of developing and finalizing our project proposal, we have sought input and feedback from IESBA program and technical director. So Willie had very kindly provided some comments and feedback to us. And so I'll just give you some highlights. Certainly, I strongly support coordination between the two standard setting boards and recognizing the importance of close coordination. He has also highlighted to the working group that in the context of implementation of ISQM1 by firms, some firms might have taken a broader view of quality management. And in terms of the risk-based approach that's required by ISQM1, so some firms might look at compliance with ISQM1 with a broader with a sort of a hold of firm context. So they might have implemented something that is relevant to what this work stream or project is looking at, and they may have something in place already. So highlighting, of course, the importance that we get that understanding when we speak to firms going forward. And he also recognized that stakeholders would, of course, recognize the connectivity between what we're trying to achieve with this project and certain components of a system of quality management, particularly those that are compliant with ISQM1. And it's given us some really helpful connecting points within ISQM1 components in ISQM1 that's relevant to what we are looking at in terms of a culture and governance framework. The different pillars and components of ISQM1. And he also drew our attention to the IESBA's non-authoritative material on a framework of quality, audit quality, which of course we've discussed this with the board already. Is something that Ken had worked on when he was still with us at IESBA a little while ago. And this is something that we have looked at, and indeed that was one of the inspiration, and one of the out of that, the working group really saw the need to perhaps look at more the ecosystem, but also the roles of key stakeholders, which is one of the names that we have identified as a potential topic. So we will look at that, and so going forward, we will, as Andy have said, we will start from day one, or maybe even day zero, and have a very close coordination with IESB. So just some timelines that we have also identified in the project proposal. Certainly in March, April, we will be looking at a series of global roundtables. And as Gabriela has mentioned, that this is just one thing that we're doing. It is not the only information gathering activities that the project teams will be embarking on, because the roundtables are helpful because it's bringing everyone together, but we also need to talk to specific stakeholder groups to get their understanding, and talk to firms and get a little bit more understanding. So there will be a range of things that we're looking at. You're looking at the possibility of surveys as well. So we'll certainly, but March, April, we will be conducting a series of global roundtables, and we're looking at approving the exposure draft in December 2025. With that, you will see that we are also looking at some additional virtual calls for this board in November 25, but also in November 26 in terms of approval of the standards. In December 26th. That's sort of an indicative timeline that the working group is looking at. Andy smiling because he's probably thinking that it's not going to be here, but it is. It's moving very fast, I guess. But I think the working group has looked at this, and we've discussed this with the planning committee, and we found that this is something that is achievable. I think that's why the information gathering at the initial few couple of quarters is really important, because it helped to set the project teams in the right direction. So we've got a couple more slides, and then we'll open the floor for the board's feedback. But in the next thing we want to draw your attention is also in the project proposal, is in terms of how we're going to resource the project. But with that, don't know if China wants to say anything, but otherwise I'm going to pass it to Ken and Gabriela.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so we're going to pass it to Gabriela and Ken to present this to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is just the putting in place of what I mentioned already yesterday about the development of the monitoring group recommendations. The monitoring group, one of the monitoring group recommendations was to put in place a staff-driven model. By the end of 2024, we have been transitioning. We already have one project, which is the CIVs, which is a staff-driven model project. And the objective would be to have all the projects and all the work done in this model until the end of 2024. This is an IFEA project, so to speak, to put this in place until as soon as possible, to respect the recommendations of the monitoring group. The IESBA is doing exactly the same. So abandoning the model of task forces and transitioning to this staff-driven model. This, of course, will raise questions, natural questions. We have been speaking about that since already 1 year when we set up the CIV project. But as we move forward and in the future, all the projects will be held in this model. Of course, we will need to set up other mechanisms and governance instruments to make sure that the board is on board with what the staff is doing. One of the things, and we may want to speak about it by the end of this week, is to set up board calls between the board meetings. So, and this is something that IESBA has already put in place, but we will probably do something similar, but this is a different discussion. I just wanted to explain why the project is being proposed in this way. So there will be two work streams, because NAM and standard setting, both of them will be very, very significant in terms of the work involved. So this was the decision discussed by the staff, myself, the planning committee, and the group to set up these two separate work streams, one for standard setting, one for NAM, staffed by two project teams. I'm not going to say yet who from the team is going to be in each project because we still have some work to do, but there will be 2 to 3 IESBA staff members per team. Each one of the teams will be led by one of the staff members, and then the full coordination of the project will be ensured by two board members, which will be and have kindly accepted Chana, who has been leading this project and will still do it, and Rich, who will also be a board member advising these two groups. We will be piloting. We can't say tomorrow we will be working this way because this is a little bit of a laboratory and how to progress in this space, and we don't want to commit too much in this respect because we really need to test how things will work. For sure, the involvement of the board members with the group will be extremely important in a project which is strategic for this board, and it's one of the burning platforms that we have identified. But one thing is also clear is that the group, let's call it like that, or the project team, will be absolutely free to engage with any board member. So I would invite you all to get available if anyone from the group or the other board members who are the advisory board members will ask you for some contribution, some feedback, some involvement in some activities. From now on, it's more like this, that this will work. This will mean more agility for the project team, which may be connecting almost on a daily basis with the board advisors, with the lead board advisor and the board advisors who have been allocated to the group, but also absolutely free to reach out to any other board members as needed and as considered helpful. So this is the objectives of the recommendations of the monitoring group. Well, I was not there. I'm not. It was not me who set these recommendations, but I see it as an evolution of this board towards something which is much more similar to other international organizations, and could say IOSCO, OECD, etc., where you have the team which is really leading the project, and then the board members provide strategic direction to the work that the team is doing with respect to these technical projects. So I think that's it. Have I missed something that I should have said? Do you want to add anything?
No, I think, Gabriel, you've explained it very well. The monitoring group recommendations were issued July 2020. So that's well over 4 years now that we've been in this transition process of phasing out the task force model. As you indicated, we have already one project, one work stream that is operating under the staff-driven model, which is the CIV's project. And we're completing 2 standard setting projects, or two relatively large, or one larger project in sustainability, of course, is what I'm referring to. Sustainability and experts of these projects hopefully will be ending this week with the approval of those standards. So with the completion of those projects, we will have a number of staff members who will be released, up to 4 staff members. So these these staff members will need to be deployed. Plus also we have recruited some additional staff members, as you all know. So we have strengthened the staff bench. But I would say, you mentioned, Gabriela, the concept of flexibility and agility. This is very important. It is going to be much more than we have currently under the task force model, because at the moment under the task force model, the staff team works very closely with the task force, and then connects with the board on a quarterly basis. Under the new model, the staff-driven model, essentially the entirety of the board is available to the staff project team, and equally board members can connect into the staff team on an issue that they would be interested in engaging with the staff. So the flexibility is very important, the agility is important, but I would say the final thing I would add is it's important for the board to appreciate that the board is the decision-making body. So this is not abdicating any responsibility or any ownership of the final output. It is the board that will own the final output, and every board member will have ownership in that output, and therefore every board member should feel that he or she is fully vested into the work that's being done, and therefore will be able to have full access to the project team as the work is going to proceed. So that's important to understand that the fact that we're operating or we're transitioning into the project team doesn't mean that the board is going to be further distanced, but far from this is completely the other way. There's going to be even close interaction with the board members, and if necessary, even the possibility of organizing meetings in the margins of the board meeting with any board member who would be available to talk about any particular issues as the work progresses.
Yeah, and it's going to be a learning. It's going to be a learning journey for everyone, for the staff, for the board, for the board advisors and lead board advisors, for myself, because we will need to find out how to make this successful and how to make this model achieve the objectives that were clearly set up by the monitoring group. We will probably not get it right on the day one, and it's going to be very important that the board itself conveys their comfort or discomfort or constructive proposals for us to work together in a better way. This will for sure allow something which is to put all the board members except the board advisors for specific board advisors for the group all in the same circumstance to contribute to the projects. With task forces, there is always some kind of asymmetric information and involvement in the projects. With this development, this step, everybody's going to be in the same position to contribute in the same way, if they want, to all the projects. So it's if anything, I think it's going to be more inclusive of the board in the strategic direction to be provided to the staff. Still, we need to learn, and we need to set up a few governance instruments to make sure that this is successful, and we count on everyone, on the staff, of course, but on yours, on the board, to provide your good input in this respect. So I don't know if this is the last slide. Yeah, questions and comments. So thank you very much, Jeff, for the presentation. And now it's time for the board to share their comments. And I see Christelle, who is waiting for a long time. So something lightened something in your mind, because I saw your card being put up already 15 minutes ago, something like that. Go ahead. No, it's important because.
So I will start by the fact that I fully support the project and the way forward. But it popped to my mind a question. We use the generic word of firm culture, no problem with me. But we have a definition in the glossary. I would like to understand if when we are going to speak about firm, we are going to speak about networks. Or if it's marginal, and it's better if it's written somewhere. You see what I mean? Because there are aspects of a network, and I didn't capture it. Sorry,
No,
if it's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that comment, Christelle, and I will take the opportunity. I thought that your question would be a different one, but by the way, I'm going to raise something which is in my mind since day one, and I discussed that at length with the working group. There is an assumption in here and in accountants and people familiar with accountancy that firm is a very well defined and understood word. It is not. If we want to speak with stakeholders in general, and I saw someone at the SAC made a comment speaking about the culture of firms, but firms as being companies, organizations, whatever. It is how people who are not accountants and who are not familiar with this language take the word firm. firm is a different thing, or can be anything. So I would, at the start I thought we might need to be clearer about what we are speaking about, because the normal people will not understand it immediately as such. But my recommendation to the group, to the project team, to whoever, is that speaking with stakeholders and when going out with any document, you make very clear about what we are speaking about, because there may be very relevant misunderstandings in this respect. It's not, we take it for granted that everyone knows that we are speaking, that firm is an accounting firm, but firm can be an accounting firm, can be a legal firm, can be a consulting firm, can be anything, can be. So it's better to make it very clear, and that's why even I'm always insisting to put accounting firm, to make sure that nobody's understanding anything different. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a few comments on the project proposal. First of all, one section of the paper deals with how the project serves the public interest and meets stakeholder needs. I guess we could elevate it a little in the sense, it's not just the investors, regulators, all firms. We could also say the whole financial system or the financial markets are stakeholder in some sense, because the markets run on the basis of financial information and non-financial information. And of course, this project will ultimately lead to better disclosures in the final analysis. So, hopefully. So I guess the short point is, can we elevate the list of stakeholders and make it more high level, financial system or the financial markets? And also it sort of touches upon the stability issues as well, financial stability issues. So that was one. Second was, on this whole principle-based approach versus rule-based approach. So I am okay with the principle-based recommendations, but one of the points in the paper, point 17G to be precise, on the enforceability, this is qualitative standard setting, corrector 6. This talks about developing the framework with clear, actionable requirements. So I was a little confused. Are we looking at making very specific recommendations? So maybe it's just a drafting issue that we can look at it. I would personally recommend, and I would think that would be helpful, would be a hybrid approach where we have high-level principles, but it should just not be mere English without really conveying much, in terms of what is exactly expected. So some hybrid approach where we keep our recommendations at a high level, but some specifics in terms of what exactly is the recommendation. So that would perhaps be good. Thirdly, and this point I'm making, I'm not very sure actually myself, but nonetheless, let me just say this. On the project scope, we are very clear all the service lines of an accounting firm, all sizes of firms, regardless of the jurisdictions in which they operate. In case we suspect or we anticipate any potential pushback from stakeholders on this, so we should have a strategy to deal with that, or we should have some thinking around that, because whatever remit is, are we exceeding the remit? That's potentially somebody may raise, so we should be ready to answer that question. But I fully support it should be the way it is, but we should have a approach to deal with the potential objections, if any. One very minor point is on the overview of key elements, where we para 20 section G. I thought transparency, sub-para G on page 7 of the paper is very important. So I would probably say transparency and disclosures. What are the disclosures that we expect firms to make? I mean, there would be some recommendations to that effect, I hope. So can it be taken up in the ladder, just resequence the points and maybe put it This is just the last point. I would not like to see it as the last point. Maybe education and training can come later. Some other points could also come later. This should go up in terms of optics. That's about it. But one more point, if I may, on the provision of independent input. And I heard the comments earlier, we should be high level, we should be principle based. I would probably think that, although it's too early, maybe that's when the work begins on this further. I would like to see independent input at the highest level of the structure. If it is a board, maybe independent boards, independent members of the board, just like we have in the listed entities. Or if it is not a board structure, if it is not a corporate structure in that sense, whatever structure it follows, the provision of independent input at the highest level, not just at the advisory level, that doesn't really work. So, I mean, I'm saying out of my experience as a regulator. Yes, I think one more last point. This is the last point, non-authoritative materials. So I saw those 3 projects, 3 papers, which are proposed to be worked upon. So I was just thinking if in one of those papers we could build in some good practices, some case studies. I think one paper gives the scope for doing it, that common characteristics of an ethical firm, if I remember correctly. So in that paper, could we build in some practical case studies of both good and bad behavior in the field? Yeah. So I'll just pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amajit, for this very rich contribution. Andy?
Thank you. First of all, maybe I can crash some of the global roundtables because I certainly find this very interesting. And my reaction, Jeff, was more sad that I won't be around than otherwise. But by all means, you guys should do that. So just my first comment is just a minor comment, which is again in paragraph 14 has that phrase optional extra, and just take it out of quotes if it's not. So more significantly, this document refers to the extant code, and it refers to the extant code as the 2024 code. Just if you're curious, that code is about 360 pages. I looked it up. If you go back to 2016, it's about half, 180 pages. And I'm mentioning that because while I've been on this board, we have issued the fee standard, the role and mindset standard, the tax standard, and all of those standards I mentioned this last time, all of these standards impact to some extent some of the issues that are being raised by this group. And I just don't see, I see the mention of the extent, but I would really recommend that the group do a robust, current state and gap analysis to see really what we have already in place to make sure that we at least get credit for that, and also to realize that it's recently in place, so that maybe some of the issues, especially some of the major issues in your country, maybe our new tax issue, would affect that. So I mean, I'm just saying that in terms of it takes a while for our standards to come into place and to come into effect, and we already have many. And so I want to make sure that we take those into account. The next thing I'd like, if we can modify slightly, is the project objective on paragraph 16 refers to firms. And as I mentioned earlier, in terms of enforceability and other aspects, it really is the individual professional accountant. And I'm just wondering if in this objective, something like, I'm not drafting here on the fly, but something like by providing a clear framework for performance by individual PAs, which would tie in nicely to your paragraph 21, which is more detailed, which does talk about how it applies to people. And so I think it's important that our rulemaking is for people, because ultimately that's the aspect. So I just want to make sure that's the orientation. The other thing I want to mention in terms of this whole scalability issue, and I think I'm encouraged by the systemically important firm, the PIE firms, and maybe the other firms, and how it was mentioned in the opening paper, is that the headline catching issues are issues that, for the most part, deal with very, very large firms. But the concern is it's not just necessarily large firms, is that other PAs who are not with large firms look at this and say, perhaps, you know, other people do it, we should do it too. I'm not saying they do it. Perhaps they look at it and say, I'm glad we don't do this and we're going to compete on the fact that we don't have these issues. And that's how I prefer to compete, saying that, you know, come to my firm because we draw in the lines and so forth. So I think some of the scalability is that if the proposals hit the largest of firms, I think there is a systemic, not to use, I'm using that term in a different aspect, impact throughout the ecosystem, because I think it goes to the other firms as well. So I don't think if you limit it to the largest firms, I don't think the performance improvement is just to the largest firms. I think it'll have ripples throughout the entire PA industry. But along those lines too, the NAM, I know there's no current timeline in the NAM. It even says that there's no current timeline. You had a couple of projects that you had mentioned as maybe the low-hanging fruit. I do understand the awkwardness of you issue NAM before you do but I really would encourage to try to have some more specificity on NAM, to try to get it out sooner. And I think in terms of, again, the scalability, perhaps the standard setting could focus on the largest of the large, and the NAM could provide best practices for the smaller firms. And so that's how we may be able to drive some of the behavior and improvement. So I just I was a little disappointed not to see a specific time to touchstone on timing in the project outline. And it's not an oversight. I mean, I see the sentence that says you didn't have an outline for the timing of the NAM, but I would prefer to see it. And then, Jeff, you had mentioned, and I was quite fascinated with what the feedback you got with regard to ISM QM1, that while it refers literally to audit services, that some firms are taking a more holistic view. And I didn't see, and I think we should capture that in this, the coordination with the IESBA on 3132. I didn't see that aspect of it, that perhaps there are some firms that already, I mean, for like what I heard, apply the auditing model to other aspects of their business. And if that's what I'm hearing, then I think that would be a fascinating thing, that perhaps there are good lessons to be learned from that. So the unfortunate thing is I have my notes in handwriting, which means it's practically encoded. Yeah, I think that's it. So thank you, Chair, and you know, best wishes to this work stream. But again, if it's okay for me to crash a global roundtable, maybe I'll be wearing sunglasses in the back of the room.
Thank you very much, Andy. Chana?
Yeah, you're most welcome, Andy, to crash the roundtable on the 13th of March, 2025 in New York. So thank you for your comments. So,
sorry, still, I don't know if you want to respond. We still have Luigi.
Oh.
Okay, Luigi? And Tomayo, sorry.
Thank you. I have some doubts about the need to be in a rush like that with the standard setting activity. While I understand, and I agree with Andy, there should be due dates and probably short due dates for the NAM, which I think it is well, probably not the right word, but it is easier, at least, compared with the standard setting project. Then would be probably a complex document, but and I would expect to have something in a short term, short meaning, I don't know, the next 6 to 8, 9 months. I'm more skeptical that a project like that could be delivered in a so short term. We did an extraordinary effort with the 2 recent projects that we are going, hopefully, to complete tomorrow. But this was due to the fact that we had a sense of urgency, meaning the world was moving and we were not moving at the same pace. And so there was a reason to take risks that had been highlighted during these 2 years many times. I wonder whether we need to go back to normal in terms of standard setting project and having sufficient time to elaborate and to prepare proper, adequate, balanced, and right text. I'm not saying we need to take 10 years, but back to normal, as we were before these two extraordinary projects we did that put a lot of strain on resources, a lot of strain on anything, many things, sorry. And so I would urge some prudence on this point. Then, if we are good enough to speed at this, to go on at this speed, I would be fine. But I don't think that the normal activity would be managed in this rush, or I don't think it is really reasonable to do that.
If I may respond, Luigi, I understand your point. Let me just put a few elements on the table for consideration. First, we consider this to be a burning platform, and the reason why we put this in the strategy and the work plan as a burning platform is because we agreed that it was urgent and it was the right moment to address this topic. Secondly, well, we took 2 years to do 3 projects, giant. This is one, and I don't anticipate, and I'm going to say this clear now, I don't anticipate that this is going to be a 300 pages set of standards. I would say that if it was, I would be very concerned. Thirdly, I think that we, in some ways, are not reinventing the wheel from scratch as we did with the sustainability and experts, because there is a lot of work already done in this space, not only on corporate governance, but on governance and culture for accounting firms. So we already have a good basis to start, and of course we are not going to clone or just repeat and copy and paste. And finally, let me share something. And again, I don't always have the opportunity to debrief on all the outreach initiatives and opportunities and moments. But I was, I don't even know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever, in Basel in a meeting with the monitoring group. So Tom, Sadenstein, and me, we have to periodically report to the monitoring group. And the monitoring group, Paul Munter, namely, expressly asked, because Tom was speaking about the great achievements in a short time of period with some challenges, and he specifically asked if that was something that we would hope that we could take as a pattern, a benchmark for the future, because the members of the monitoring group were not, would expect that we would take some lessons of what we can do differently from now on. And this was possibly one of the things, because the pace of standard setters is not something that is generally very well received in terms of the time that standard setters take to develop standards, and then effective dates, and then it can actually be 10 years very quickly if we don't. Of course, we will take this, and the group, we will take these comments into consideration and be careful. But I always think that there are reasons for the timeline that has been set up here. Of course, we will adjust if necessary and as necessary, namely thinking that that we are transitioned to a new model. But I would just add these considerations also for reflection. Tomayo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned a while ago, I think it's very important for the farmer or the leader to proactively take action. So the word enforceability on page 10, I took as it means workable or feasible and not to force something. So can I clarify that point? The other thing I want to mention about the global is about the global roundtable. I think it's especially for the big four. I think it's important what the very top do globally to embed ethics, culture, and governance to the firm. So I think that kind of discussion will be very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomayo. Chana, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Sadia, please.
I'll be quick. So I think the project proposal is a little bit of an unusual one because while we do have information and research available to us, we are creating something that is going to be new for the code. It includes new glossary, new definitions, and those type of thinking. And that's maybe the reason why this project proposal has been a little bit different to review it compared to our traditional ones. But this is not the first time that we are doing a project alongside NAM. And I think that when we did it before in technology, it worked really well. It allowed for some collaboration and timely responses. What we might want to do is try and think of a framework of how these two work together. What is the framework for what type of NAM can be produced alongside while a project's being developed? And that will allow us some guidance on how we prioritize what type of NAM can go out, whether we do it collaboratively and not preempt what the project, and the project, I mean amendments to the code is. So some kind of thinking of this here, because I think this is a good framework in the future as well, where we have big projects where we need to have a balance between the two. On the project proposal, I thought that maybe we need a sentence after the roundtable. Historically, the roundtables have been very rich with information, and sometimes these roundtables make us sit back and re-collaborate what we think is priority. So we might have a lot of information available to us now, but after the roundtable, I don't think it's unusual for us to come back to the committee, to the board and say, actually, we now think this is the priority and this has come to light. And I think we should leave that window of opportunity open.
Okay. Where do I start? Maybe Sadia's points. Yes, I think there's a plan to come back to the June board meeting with what we learned from the roundtables. And as Gabriela said, this is sort of the first time we are doing the staff-driven model. So we will look at how, the framework, how we can see what NAMs can go out and so on, as long as it doesn't create a risk to the project. And I think I think the first two NAMs, we did have an indicative timetable, Jeff? Yeah. Yes. So the first two NAMs, we did have an indicative timetable on it. And it's a third one that I think we didn't have an indicative timetable. I think that was one of Andy's questions. And also, I mean, I'm just speaking for myself here. Andy's challenge sort of made me also think about, do we think upfront about do we first do the largest one via the standard and then the NAM, influences the SMP sector? So something to think about. I'm just speaking for myself. So thank you for that challenge, Andy. What are the other things Andy raised? Okay, so editorials. Okay, the extent code. So Andy, so you have been responsible for adding 180 pages to the code. So it's all your fault during the time you have been here. But outside of jokes, so the tax planning, I think the confidentiality breach, and we did address it via the tax planning. So you are right about the confidentiality breach. But I think in that instance, there was also a report done about the governance failures, and that could sit much above the confidentiality breach that happened at that level, which is sort of addressed in our tax planning standard. But I think the overall governance failures would not be addressed by our tax planning standard. So, so it's sort of a different issue But we will take your point and see whether, in the intervening period, whether there's something that has already been addressed. Yeah.
I wasn't suggesting that it already is covered. I'm suggesting that there should be an inventory of what has been done and what's in the extant code to identify really the gaps that are there. Because if it was all blank pages, I think you'd have to do a lot of the things in the tax standard perhaps. But I'm also thinking of role and mindset too in particular, is that that's I won't take credit for that in my entirety because that was a fantastic thing that many other people here worked on. But I was very proud to approve that standard because I think there's a lot of the concepts on an individual level that you're dealing with here on a firm level. And so I think, again, your paragraph 21 refers to firm leadership, et cetera. And so those are people. And I just want to make sure we're referring to a standard setting on people, on professional accountants. And that really was the overall aspect, along with the request to make sure we get properly inventory what we have so you identify the gaps.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
I'll just walk through some of the other points very quickly because I notice of the time. Amateur, thank you for your feedback. And Tomo, you also had a point about the characteristics of enforceability. And of course, it goes hand in hand with implementability as well. I think we particularly, the working group have brought these 2 points up as 2 characteristics that we need to be mindful of as we develop these projects, exactly this point, that we are looking at something different. Yes, it will eventually impact the behavior of individuals, but we are looking something at a firm level or, hold a firm level at the leadership level. And that is something that we need to think about how we're going to do this. Do we look at it almost like in Part 4A addressing firms, or how can we do this? That's something that the project teams going forward will need to consider. And that's why we specifically at this point is so we don't forget this is really important to make sure that it is enforceable by regulators and it can be implemented by PAOs or firms alike in the marketplace. In terms of principle-based approach, Amaja, of course, we will not be looking at something that's so high level that it means nothing. We need to have something that will move the needles, but also don't turn into rules, because our code is a principles-based code. It's not a rule-based code. There are certain elements that look like rules, I get it. But our point is we need to stay focused on being principles-based, particularly with this particular project, which is something different. So we will look at that, of course. And thank you for reminding us, having some strategy in terms of pushback on scope and all that. And your other points on transparency, provision of independent input, we'll look at those. And Andy, thank you for your suggestion in terms of the project objective, but we'll look. I didn't write it all down, so hopefully you scribble, you can reread it to me. But again, it's important that we understand that the objective is thinking at it, looking at it from a firm level, but it will influence individual behaviors like role and mindset and all that. So for instance, when you look at role and mindset, we want them to have an inquisitive mind, a critical thinking mind. And so what we're looking at is how would firms be able to create that environment that individuals will think that way? For instance, through education and whatnot, how would firms be able to make it so that the staff, whether they come in from as an accountant or engineer or lawyer, when they think about making decisions or providing the professional service, they think about ethics and using the role and mindset. So I think there's that connectivity that we need to think about. I think that's pretty much all the points. Yep. So we just got, if you can give me a few minutes, sorry, Gabriel. Okay. Just want to thank you for all the feedback on the project proposal. So the working group will have a look at this at lunch. Just probably shouldn't have mentioned the word lunch, but the global roundtables, we are looking at 4 in-person global roundtables and perhaps 1 or 2 virtual roundtables at this stage. In terms of the in-person locations, we're looking at New York, Australia, Melbourne, because China doesn't want to travel anywhere else, so it'll be in Melbourne, and Europe and Asia as well. So the New York one essentially is on after the last day of our board meeting in March. So Andy, you're very welcome to join us with your sunglasses. And so the other locations and dates, we're still trying to finalize them, but we are hoping to have them finalized by the end certainly by the end of next week. We're hoping to be able to start sending out invitations this side of the holidays. So that is what we're working towards, and we will also get 1 or 2 virtual roundtables, and we'll plan for those in the same March-April period as well. So the staff and the working groups working hard to try to make this happen. But we'll get there. We're close to finalizing at least 3 of the locations, so and dates as well. So we'll certainly keep the board informed. And next steps, I'm not sure we need to go through, but anyway, it's there, and I'm certainly starting. Hopefully, we'll get the approval from the board on the project proposal. We'll make some of the changes on the final report, but again, it is the working groups, as Ken's mentioned, it is the working groups report, so it doesn't need the approval of the board per se, but we'll make some changes in light of the comments that we have received, or the working group will. And then next year we will start with, we will release the final report that we've heard China's mentioned in January, also with a summary statement and global roundtables. As RDS have suggested, of course, we will need to really think about the communications, how to really engage our stakeholders and keep this front of mind of our stakeholders. So with that in mind, perhaps Gabriela, I'll pass it back to you.
Right, thank you very much. I think we are well beyond time, more than half an hour, but this was a terrific discussion. Thank you very much to the group for provoking this discussion with this report or draft report and this project plan, and to the board for the very, very good contributions made. Just one additional word on the roundtables. I think it's important to say that we are aiming at being cost responsible. So we are looking for solutions which will not be expensive or costly for the board. So looking for support from stakeholders to organize the roundtables in ways that will allow us to save some dollars. And James Gunn is not here, but he would love to hear this. But it's important to say this. And secondly, the one in Europe, we are so in New York. It's going to be here, Australia, Melbourne. China is still looking for a solution, but close to solve the location. Europe, we are looking for some options. Maybe in Brussels, it would be our first preferred option because it's much more accessible and other reasons. If not possible, we have an alternative possibly in Amsterdam, in both cases by the regulators, and in Asia, probably Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, where they already offer their offices, but in a certain date, we'll see if this works. So we will give more information as we move forward. Thank you very much for staying until 11:33. I think that we will have to make a slightly shorter break. So we would reconvene at 11:55. Okay. It's a little bit shorter than it was supposed, but I think that we also need a break after this discussion. So 11:55, 55 past the hour. Thank you very much. So welcome back. Well, welcome back. Thank you for the very good discussion earlier this morning. And apologies for the delay, but we needed to have that conversation. And I suspect that we will have another interesting conversation now on adoption and implementation. Very briefly, as you will remember, we decided to set up this working group to move forward with some initiatives on adoption and implementation, being aware of the need of this board to take care of the next phase after issuing standards, which is exactly the adoption and implementation of the standards. We are not alone here. This is an IFAC responsibility as well, but there is no overlap. There is coordination, collaboration, and completing or complementing the responsibilities of IFAC, as well as the responsibilities or help of other entities with whom we have been trying to establish some kind of partnership or collaboration in this respect. I'm not going to say more. I'm just going to thank Amajit, the working group, and the staff supporting them, John, for the great work done. What they are going to present today is the terms of reference of this group for the board's consideration and an action plan for the next time. And Amajit, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And yeah, so we have the slides up. So what I'll be covering in the next 10-15 minutes, and I'll hand over to John, is essentially the background and the proposed TOR for which we are seeking the approval from the board today, and the proposed action plan. So in terms of the background, I think we did a presentation in the last board meeting also. Could we go to the next slide, please? Yep. So if you look at the the global space, so my reading of the situation is that post global financial crisis, the implementation monitoring has really picked up pace for good reasons, because all the standard setting bodies, including FSB, IESCO, BCBS, they all realize that just the standard setting alone will not help if you want to change things on the ground. You have to have an implementation agenda, and that agenda has to be monitored and reported back to their boards at frequent intervals. So just to give you some details, FSB has something called coordination framework for monitoring the implementation. IESCO has an assessment committee which conducts various monitoring reviews. And then BCBS has standards implementation group, and they run a very comprehensive RCAP, which is Regulatory Consistency Assessment Program. And as we all know, ISSB has also now shifted its focus more on implementation and monitoring the implementation and pushing adoption, before that. So as far as sustainability standards are concerned, I think we are this initiative to set up this working group and to focus on implementation monitoring is a very timely step. So I would like to compliment the board leadership for this as far as the sustainability standards are concerned. So we've had some discussion on this in the board meetings in June and September. Idea is that we should have a strategic approach to develop a monitoring program, to develop an adoption program, to develop a strategy which can push various stakeholders in terms of adopting the standards that we are going to approve. So that is the background. Let me come to the proposed TOR. TOR is essentially three verbs, as I see it: promote, monitor, and develop. So promote ANI, adoption and implementation of the standards, then monitor the standards, and of course, alongside develop recommendations to the board based on the feedback that we get while doing activity listed at A and B. And very consciously in the short term, so while we've kept this objectives very broad, and that's how it should be, they should be, from a long-term point of view, we should be looking at promoting all of IESBA's work, all of IESBA's standards. But in the short and the medium term, very consciously, we've decided that we look at the promoting the adoption and implementation of the IESBA sustainability and expert standards. And then, and for good reasons, which we discussed in June as well, or in September meeting as well. There is an interplay between sustainability standards, assurance, sustainability disclosure standards, assurance standards, and ethical standards. And this trinity, as I choose to call it, this together can promote, good business practices and build trust. So it's a kind of a complete package, and already there is an attention of policymakers on disclosures and interplay with assurance and ethical standards. So we have a great strategic opportunity and a good timing for us to shift, once we are done with the approval of the standard, shift our focus to, adoption and implementation. So accordingly, in the initial phase, the focus will be on promoting this particular piece. And then, in the long run, we can look at other standards as well. So that is a phase one of the project. So move to the next slide, please. So in phase one, as I already mentioned, that is next year, we already have a blueprint ready, and we already have the proposed TOR, so it's very timely. So we will be working on that blueprint now, and during the course of the next year, and then review the outcomes in December 2025 to determine the future course of action. In phase two, which is wider adoption and implementation of other standards, that plan we'll have to work on and evolve as we go along for phase two. Of course, as Gabriela, you mentioned about IFAC's ongoing work. So, we need to do this in very close coordination with them. In fact, we've had a meeting, the group had a meeting with IFAC, and it was very informative for us because we didn't have much idea in terms of what they do and how they do it. So we got some sense, but I guess that engagement has to be built upon, and we need to talk to them more often and work in close sync so that we can, utilize the resources optimally. Next slide, please. So there are, I think we had presented this slide last time also. These objectives or the TOR in terms of how they will be taken up for implementation. So we see it as 3 pillars around this, and those are advocacy and engagement, capacity building through collaboration, and then progress tracking or monitoring. So in the first pillar, we have, several key elements. One is prioritizing jurisdictions. So which are the jurisdictions we want to look at? So there we've come up with a twin criteria. The twin criteria is that first we need to look at the size of the jurisdiction, how big is the country and how big is the market, and then look at their approach towards adoption of sustainability disclosure standards and also the assurance standards. So the markets which are big, which are sizable, which are systemic, and their inclination to adopt disclosure and assurance standards, those markets should be our first target. And we already have some kind of a list which is there in our more detailed paper. These jurisdictions include South Africa, Australia, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Canada, European Union, France, Germany, Switzerland. This is a long list. While US is very peculiar, but we feel we very consciously made a mention of that while there may be some issues on adoption of disclosure and assurance standards. But considering the size of the market, we should include this as a high priority target jurisdiction. And let me also very quickly add that this list will be very dynamic. It will keep evolving as things change as we go along this journey. We've developed a tool called Stakeholder Engagement Map. And this is essentially, gives us a handle in terms of what are the specific areas of activity that we should focus on. If we could just click on the stakeholder engagement map, we could even show it. And just click, yeah, that's it, yeah. So, yeah, so just one second. So I'd just like to spend half a minute on this. Basically, it very clearly gives you what is the region, what is the jurisdiction we are focusing on, and what are the stakeholders within each jurisdiction. So we even did some sort of a test on India. So we came up with few institutions which we need to engage with. And what is the objective of engagement? What is the intended outcome? What is the timeline, and who will be actually leading that effort? So this is both for PAs as well as non-PAs. Here, in fact, what I feel that support of the board will be very crucial. So those of, the board members from their respective jurisdictions or region, if they can help us fill out the stakeholder engagement map, then at least we know that who is to be contacted with what objective, what target timelines, and who will be the nodal person for taking that engagement forward. Just a tool, but I thought it is useful to point out. Can we go back here? So coming back to the three pillars, another, the important activity would be analysis of potential demand. Which are the countries which are ready for it within the broader space. After applying the twin criteria, we need to further prioritize, and there we could do some demand analysis through surveys or through our engagement and pay more attention to those jurisdictions. The idea is, since we are short on resources, we should put our efforts where we see greater outcomes in a short time. So I think that would be the strategy I would recommend. Then conduct outreach activities with potential stakeholders, and of course, coordination with ISSB and IEESB will be very important. We did a meeting with, it was a virtual call with IEESB. So we had a very good discussion with them as well, which John will cover later on in terms of the takeaways from that discussion. So capacity building is again clearly very important. IEESB is also putting a lot of effort in this space. In fact, my understanding is the way they engage with the institutions is, this is the standard. What are the bottlenecks you see in your jurisdiction in terms of achieving it? Do you need any capacity building support? And they have a package in that sense with relevant materials and assistance in terms of, it's a very constructive collaborative approach which they are doing with various jurisdictions. So this we have picked up mainly. We are inspired by what they are doing. I think this will probably work for us as well. And I'll not go into the details here. We have a toolkit, and we've identified certain key elements in terms of the proposed toolkit, which would be mainly material guidance, including FAQs. And I think this material to be prepared for supporting the implementation would be very critical, because this is a relatively new space, and some of the language in the code seems to be very technical to me at least, and that would need translating into simple language, easy to communicate, and so on. We'll have to look at conduct of training programs. We'll have to, definitely look at training the trainers. We'll have to do it in partnership with various agencies, and maybe kind of a creation of a online public forum where people can ask questions and we can answer as to if there is need for any clarification and so on. So there's a detailed list, but let me not bother you with those details. So moving on, of course, another important thing is translation of the code going forward in other languages would also be important as a part of the toolkit. Progress tracking, we could look at self-reporting to begin with, where jurisdictions, report on their own without any review. That's a very cost-effective way of doing things, although it is not very robust, not very, it is fairly reliable, but yeah, it is not, there's no independent review. So that limitation is always there. But I think that's not bad to start with. Let me also, when we talk about, and we have a good timeline, when we talk about adoption, so I think we should understand what could be the different components of adoption. If you drill it down, so it could lead into maybe 3 or 4 situations. So I am trying to put myself in the shoes of a jurisdiction, which is where, let's say, IESBA is engaging with that jurisdiction and asking for adoption. So my response could fall in 5 buckets. And those 5 buckets would be, well, we are good, we don't need to implement this. That's one extreme response, you could hear, but fine, whatever it is. Second could be, we are interested and we will prepare a draft on the basis of your recommendations, on the basis of the code. Third could be, we prepared the draft code for adoption in our jurisdiction, but we have not published it. Next could be, we've published it for consultation. Next could be, we've consulted, but not yet made into a law. So I think until 2026, you could have various shades and color of potential adoption, and we need to be probably putting all these in very distinct buckets, which jurisdiction falls where and how do you move up the ladder from one stage to another. And every stage would be a progressive one. So going forward, when, of course, that is the long run, so I need not talk about it now. You will need definitely some independent monitoring and evaluation in terms of the consistency of implementation. But that's I think sometime in the future. So that's about the 3 pillars. Now let's move to the next slide. So here we've tried to develop some sort of a matrix on the deliverables. So there's a proposal that there will be a quarterly update on A&I activities, and the update would be on these parameters. So number of partnerships built for capacity building and adoption. And here again, this will link back to the stakeholder engagement map, how it will derive from there. A lot of it will derive from there. Increase stakeholder awareness, including requests for capacity building. Extent of materials, resources developed, and stakeholder engagement with materials. And all, of course, the increase A&I of the sustainability and expert standards as we go along. This, we will not see much happening on this in the immediate future, but of course, going ahead, we will see, as I said, one of those buckets, we can push jurisdictions to tick one of those boxes where you are in terms of implementation. And then, of course, phase 2 is in the long run, and we will look at it going forward. I will pause with that. Oh, yeah, of course. So, I don't need to take you through these names. We are Sadia, Vanya, Rania, David. We're all working as a group. And we are supported by Deepa, John, and Elaine. more resources. I put this as a question mark for the board. Let me again emphasize, this is a very resource intensive activity. This is a day-to-day job actually, and a team needs to be working on it continuously if you really want to see change on the ground. The committee structure or the working group structure helps, but it has its own limitations because it is a continuous kind of activity, and probably board needs to think of putting more resources to it. Yeah. I hand over to you now.
Thank you, Amarjeet. And yeah, as Gabriella and Amarjeet both mentioned, the A&I working group and the work that we undertake, we aim to complement and coordinate that work with the IFAC's work on adoption and implementation. So I just thought it might be worthwhile to just give a brief overview of what IFAC does in this regard. So they monitor global adoption and usage of the code amongst IFAC members and through its membership obligations. So more specifically, IFAC's, they're called Statement of Membership Obligations. They provide benchmarks for current and potential IFAC membership or member organisation. SMO4 specifically requires IFAC members to undertake actions to adopt and implement the IESBA code or standards that are not less stringent than the IESBA code. IFAC's assessment considers the applicable framework in a particular jurisdiction, and they also adopt what's called a best endeavours concept. They also map the standards adoption map, and they facilitate translation and reproduction of the standards as well, and collaborate with the IESBA in terms of the adoption rates for the IESBA's annual report as well. So the working group sees, so our working on adoption, we see that the IFAC's work on adoption is crucial, and we don't intend to duplicate any of that work. So as Amarjeet mentioned, we want to work closely with IFAC and leverage the work that they undertake to track global adoption of the IESBA standards, and in particular, first of all, looking at the sustainability and expert standards. And we see this as being able to facilitate our understanding of the adoption landscape for these standards, and then to determine the nature and extent of the efforts that we need to do to promote and the adoption of those standards. We do have already mechanisms in place for coordination and collaboration with IFAC, and we see these as obviously essential. So there's two key touch points at the moment. So IFAC has operates meetings with the three SSBs, so the IESBA, the IAASB, and the IESBA. And this is specifically on the sustainability standards and adoption and implementation of those standards. And so there's regular meetings which incorporates updates from the boards and also from IFAC on the standard setting aspect, but also the A&I plans, and also around updates to the SMOs. There's also separate meetings that we have, which is specific to the IESBA and the IESBA code on adoption and implementation. Both Linda and I attend these meetings, and also as I'm on or supporting the working group, this will enable a movement of information and ensuring that there is that coordinated approach between the two.
Could I just make a point on IFAC? So just to supplement what John said, so, I really don't know, I don't have a very in-depth understanding of how IFAC does this activity. We had one interaction, as I said, we need to do more engagement with them. But I guess it would be helpful if both IFAC and IESBA are on the same page in terms of the strategy and approach. It would be very, very helpful. And I guess there we need an engagement with their leadership. This is an important activity, and not just for sustainability standards. I'm saying even for other standards as we go along. As of now, from the interaction that we've had, my impression was, and I could be completely wrong, but my impression, my takeaway was there's a lot of emphasis on adoption, but if I can say, no deep dive monitoring as of now. So do we want to get there? In what way we get there? I think we need to engage more. That's the limited point, and at the senior level.
Thanks, Amajit. And the other aspect too is that the IFAC, obviously, they focus on their membership organisations. So there is obviously a large part of that is outside of the profession that we're now looking to engage with, and that's obviously an important aspect that the IESBA needs to focus on as well, is those outside of the accounting profession in terms of the adoption implementation. So with the agenda papers, we also included a proposed action plan. So this represents what the working group believes is sort of reasonably achievable in the first 6 to 12 months. We also think, along with the stakeholder engagement map that Amajit mentioned, that this could be a rolling document for the working group to provide status updates and details of new initiatives during the quarterly board updates that Amajit mentioned as well. So the intention is there'll be a joint launch of the IESBA Sustainability and Expert Standards, as well as ISA 5000, and this is planned for mid to late January. And the plan is to have a dedicated page on the IFIA website, and then that will direct users to the IESBA and the IAASB websites. There's a series of documents that are planned to be developed for the launch. So obviously there will be the standards for the ISR, the sustainability reporting, and also the experts. There'll be 2 bases for conclusions. Again, one covering the ISR, the other one covering, ISR and the sustainability reporting, and the other one on experts. We're also well into the development of fact sheets. So we're having an overarching joint IESBA, IAASB fact sheet. So that'll obviously cover the IESBA standards and also ISA 5000, but also illustrating how the 4 sets of standards interrelate and how they sort of make up important aspects of the sustainability reporting standards infrastructure. There'll also be separate fact sheets for the ISA, another one for sustainability reporting, and also for experts. And these will provide a high-level overview of the content and characteristics of the particular standards. Also developing at-a-glance documents for the ISA and also for experts. So this is in a little bit more technical depth, and that'll walk stakeholders through the standards and highlight the key provisions and obligations. There'll also be some videos, but I think the comms update on Friday will provide a little bit more detail in relation to that. Also, the action plan maps out additional implementation materials that are aimed to be developed throughout 2025. So in Q1, there'll be a focus on development of webinars, also presentation materials, so that there is that sort of uniform presentation and information that can be used by staff or board members. During Q1 and Q2, technical staff will be developing the ISR implementation guide, so as to highlight the scope, objectives, explain the key concepts, responsibilities and requirements. There's also consideration about whether there needs to be 2 separate guides, so one for PAs and one for non-PAs. Because I think if you think about the professional accountants, when we talk about the ISA, the real important information for them is what is incremental from what is included in the already for the auditing, the independence and ethics standards for audits. So it's about illustrating what is incremental from the ISA as a result of that. And then for non-PAs, obviously the whole standard is new, and obviously that guide would need to be more comprehensive. And the aim would be to try and to leverage existing materials that we already have on the IESBA code. During Q2, the aim would be to focus on publishing FAQs. So these would be for the ISA and for the experts standards, and these will be on matters that were seen to be challenging, that were identified throughout the research or responses to the exposure drafts, also from task force and board deliberations. There also is, which I think was Mark mentioned on Monday, the plan for joint FAQs with the IAASB on key areas around, the group engagements and value chain, those sorts of issues, and also consideration of potentially other non-authoritative material. So just moving on to stakeholder engagement. So the working group recognises obviously the strategic importance of maintaining existing relationships, but also around developing new stakeholder relationships and partnerships, which goes back to what Amarjeet mentioned about that leveraging partnerships as a key aspect of success for the ANI. So we've already talked about IFAC. In relation to the IASB, the IESBA and the experts and also ISA 5000 are obviously very closely linked and form integral components of the sustainability reporting standards infrastructure. As we're all aware, there's been very close and extensive collaboration and coordination with both boards as we've been developing these finalising the standards to make sure they're aligned and interoperable. We heard on Monday about the PIOB call for ongoing cooperation between the boards. We've already commenced this work and collaboration. And as I mentioned, we're looking at joint FAQs and guidance materials. We're also meeting with the IESB on a fortnightly basis at the moment. Also looking at developing a joint outreach database so as to ensure that the boards are aware of what each other are doing and to try and involve each other where we can in terms of those particular engagements and opportunities. Relation to standard setting, sustainability reporting standard setters and the IESBA. As Amarjeet mentioned, we have been engaging with the IESBA, and in terms of a recent meeting that was with the IESBA, some of the key takeaways from that was the discussion around the IESBA, IESBA and IAASB collaboration being a key to efficient and effective implementation of the trinity of the standards, which also Amarjeet mentioned. Discussion around ethics and independence being crucial to avoid greenwashing. Also discussion around ensuring that we're identifying key partnerships, especially like, for example, IOSCO, which will be essential in promoting adoption and implementation. In terms of next steps, there was discussion around specifying key areas where the three standard setting boards could work together on adoption and implementation. Also, that the ANI working group could potentially participate in the IESB's implementation partner work program. The International Accreditation Forum, as we're all aware, we had the strategic partnership announced in February this year. And part of that is that the IAF will stipulate to national accreditation bodies that the use of the IESBA would be mandated for accrediting conformity assessment bodies. That partnership also discusses or encompasses collaboration on training of accreditation bodies and conformity assessment bodies as well. The IAF is finalising what they're calling the link document, and we think this will be essential for determining where to focus our efforts, because it'll identify where there might be gaps and where there may need to be capacity building to address those potential gaps as well. Regulators and standard setters. So we think obviously outreach to global and regional regulators will be critical and will provide valuable information on what is required for ANI. And as during the discussion on Monday, it's quite clear that regulators are in the process of making decisions about sustainability reporting and assurance, and therefore resulting from that ethics. So it's obviously very important to be a part of that discussion. Jurisdiction and the national standard setters also a really important group, because the NSS will obviously, they're the ones that will be adopting or advocating for the adoption of the IESBA sustainability and expert standards. Also, they will provide the ability for that early feedback mechanism, which sort of feeds in a little bit to what we talked about on Monday about ensuring that there is a sort of ongoing mechanism to receive feedback where there might be challenges in terms of adoption and implementation. There also could be possible partnerships with NSS around the development of non-authoritative materials. So that's something to explore down the track as well. The working group also recognises the importance of additional stakeholder partnerships and opportunities. We would obviously like to build on the ones, I've gone one too many, sorry. Build on the ones we've already started to establish with UNCTAD and PAFA. And as Amajit mentioned, the working group members have started to identify potential stakeholders in their jurisdictions as part of that stakeholder engagement map. And obviously, it would be the remainder of the board members would support will be really important in their respective jurisdictions in terms of pushing for adoption. And then finally, just in relation to the sustainability reference group, the terms of reference for that group has the initial appointment of the members up until the 31st of December 2024, which is aligned to the finalisation of the standards. However, the terms of reference does allow for a continuation of the working group. So we actually discussed this with the SRG at the recent meeting, which was about a week ago. And the SRG members agreed with continuing the group during 2025 so as to act as a sounding board and to provide review and provide feedback on the development of implementation materials. The Sustainability Task Force has also confirmed it concurs with continuing the SRG due to the valuable feedback that they provided during the development of the exposure drafts, and also post the development of the exposure drafts have been a valuable resource, and we think that would be the case going forward. So we will also be asking the board to just confirm that they agree with the continuation of the SRG. So we'll come back to that in a moment. And then finally, we just thought it'd be worthwhile to provide some feedback on the recent SAC, or the Stakeholder Advisory Council meeting on November the 4th. So this was actually a joint presentation to the SAC between the IESBA and the IEESB on our coordinated A&I strategies. So there was definitely support from the SAC members on this work. They also emphasised the importance of the continued coordination between the IESBA and the IEESB. Some other points they talked about ensuring that you target jurisdictions or stakeholders with the greatest impact. So like Amajit mentioned, targeting the jurisdictions where there might be the biggest result for the IESBA, but also around particular stakeholder groups. So there was a lot of discussion around ensuring that we're actually addressing companies and those within the companies. And also investors, advisory groups, obviously the regulators and the NSS. Another point they made was to ensure that we provide that consistent global messaging and make sure that we come out with that messaging, and to avoid any fragmentation from potentially jurisdictions coming up with their own interpretations or guidance on particular areas. Addressing the different needs of PAs and non-PAs, which sort of goes back to what I was mentioning before around implementation guide, and the needs are different. The PAs might be looking at the incremental aspects from what is required under audits, whereas non-PAs need a more holistic approach. Obviously, they mentioned around emphasising the interoperability between ISA and the ISA 5000. And also around maybe ensuring there's considerations for large entities versus SMPs as well. And one critical thing that they mentioned was the messaging around the IESBA's ethics standards and its ability to combat greenwashing. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the presentation, and then we just had a few points for the board. So obviously we want to ask for the board whether they agree to the proposed terms of reference, share any views on the proposed action plan, and then confirm the continuation of the SRG during 2025.
So before we hand over back to you, Gabriel, I'll just ask working group members if any of them has anything to supplement, if we missed out anything. So, yep, please.
Well, I think that this product is very important for us because IESBA do not have the capacity of spreading the knowledge about their standard as much as some very large standard setters like ISSB, like IEESB. And this kind of product allow us to use the synergy among standard setters to make them promote the IESBA standards together in order to have the proper environment to serve the public interest. So I understand that it is this kind of synergy, the partnership that we are trying to establish among the other standard setters and other institutions that are equally worried about transparency is very useful and will be very strategic to IESBA.
Maybe I'll add just one more point. One of the things we've talked about as well as a working group is you've got your traditional stakeholder groups that we're going after, and you've heard a lot about that already. But we've also got ones that perhaps are not traditional, and we're doing even further outreach. So, for example, we're looking at organizations like accounting, A4S, which is accounting for sustainability, who have a large CFO network. We're looking at CFO networks as well, because part of this is also making sure it's embedded in the individuals that have to live it and breathe it in order to be able to apply it. So I just wanted to sensitize the board to there are non-traditional groups as well. So we'll need your energy and creativity to help us with some of those non-traditional spaces too.
It's a very good example, David, because A4S, despite the fact that it's not so well known, is a very important institution. Integrated reporting was born from A4S. It was an initiative of A4S that created the Integrated Reporting Council that was now incorporated by IFRS Foundation.
So this was a question to the group members if they had anything to add. Now we will go into the discussion. So let me just add to what David said, that yes, there are a number of non-traditional stakeholders that we need to reach. And one of the things that the SAC, the Stakeholder Advisory Council, highlighted was the need to speak with companies, get closer to companies, to the business, to the boards, to audit committees, and this. And this is a very difficult task, but we need to do it because this is the only way to ensure that we will have a bottom-up support to the adoption and implementation of the standards. And this will not happen only with a top-down approach. So the second thing is, even with the traditional ones, we must think if there are not that traditional ways of approaching them. Creative ways of doing this engagement with traditional stakeholders in a different way, with a different language, with an adjusted message to the topic and to the needs of the current world, where people want to know everything in 2 seconds and 2 lines and do not have the patience of waiting and exploring and etc. Anyway, thank you very much for this very good work done and for this very good presentation. And I will now open the floor. And the first was Luigi.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great explanation and the comprehensive plan. In these days, we had the possibility to discuss about the challenges that at least one, if not two, but at least one of the standard we are going to approve, hopefully, will present. And let's say, I think that the monitoring process, in order to understand whether, or in order to try to identify these challenges, and to, someone said, fast track triage, to apply this fast track triage in order to correct, if any, if it is necessary, the standard when there are facts or circumstances or evolution that we did not properly consider, or we did not know, and we don't know now, that require changes, fast changes in our standard is really important. I don't know whether this is the group that need to deal with that. I think so, but maybe I may be wrong. And I think that this group is exposed would be exposed in a very significant way to the reality, to the different jurisdictions, to the different actors, And probably it will be best place to have these monitoring sort of monitoring activities to be performed and to identify the need to think about possible correction, possible fix of the standard we are going to approve. And so I wonder whether it is possible to have this concept embedded into your terms of reference to make sure that there is a structured approach in order to identify it. Maybe from what you have explained, I think I heard something similar, but probably this is a matter that should be clearly explained, clearly identified, because I think it is really an important matter. Under two perspectives. One is identifying events, facts and circumstances that could trigger this consideration. And second, I noted that you also included the reference group, which I think it is proper inclusion. But I also think that the need in this phase are completely different from the need that we had during the preparation and the elaboration of the standard. And so now, I think now, effective from the approval, I think that the need would be to understand whether there are practical implementation issues created by the standard, that those that are performing assurance work would be met or would be encountered during this process. Because I think during the implementation of this very, would not say complex, complicated standard, those that are really performing assurance work will have a number of issues, a number of matters to where they would have the need to have an interpretation, an explanation, clarifications, and so on, which is not just for one organization or one assurance provider. This could be for all. And so the second perspective of this monitoring may be to have a reference group with a greater participation of those that are really providing these services in a massive way in order to inform about these challenges, the group, and for the group to take actions.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Ken, I think that you wanted to react to something that Luigi suggested. So
thank you. Yeah, I'll a quick reaction, Luigi, to your comments. The issue of active monitoring essentially arose during the course of this board meeting already over the last couple of days. So that wasn't a concept that was considered as part of the development of the terms of reference for the adoption and implementation working group. The focus of the ANI working group is more on the rollout of the sustainability and expert standards. So that doesn't mean to say that we should not pursue active monitoring of the implementation of the new standards once the board approves them and they are issued into the marketplace. So where I'm going towards is that this is a matter that can be taken on board for further consideration at the staff level, certainly, but in coordination with the planning committee and also in discussion with the ANI working group, so that there can be holistic consideration of how best to proceed, including consideration of your suggestion, Luigi, if I heard you correctly, to have perhaps some board participants who've been closely involved in the development of the standards to perhaps be advisors, board advisors, or we could have a small advisory group working closely with staff, also in coordination with the IESBA, because on their side as well, there's going to be implementation visa 5000. So my point is, let's not try to make a decision now as to how best to put in place that structure, that construct of the active monitoring, because we need to think about it holistically as to who's going to be best placed to undertake it. And I'm also very conscious that the ANI working group has already a lot. I mean, from everything that Margit and John have laid out, that is already a lot of work on their plate. And to have also active monitoring of the sustainability standards and plus experts is going to be a huge amount of work. So we can certainly look at it and find what would be the best way to do it, of course, in consultation with board members who would be interested in that sort of activity.
Yes, we will not let that proposal die at all. It's just a matter of understanding because, as I said yesterday, there are already some proposals from some board members that this might be done this way or that way. So we need to give it a little bit more thought and see how the best way to make it effective and possible. And of course, consulting with board members while we will be thinking about it. It won't take a lot of time because the standards will be there in a short period of time, and we need to think about it. So thank you for the proposals. And Amajit, you wanted to respond as well.
Just to add to what you and Ken already mentioned very briefly. So I think in any monitoring of standards work, and I can say it from some experience in IESCO. So whenever we will take up a review project, one of the side objectives would be to give feedback to the policy committees. You know, we will see some shortcomings somewhere in the standards and some policy related issues. So there's always this feedback loop which is there, and we've not lost sight of it. It is not very specifically mentioned there. So if you see the objectives, it very clearly says develop recommendations to IESBA. So, you know, maybe we can make it sharper. Also in para 20 of the paper, we are saying that we will identify the roadblocks while we are doing implementation, adoption and implementation work. And those roadblocks could also, you know, throw up some issues relating to the standard itself, which would be a feedback to the board for further work. So it's not, I take Luigi's point, it's not very specifically mentioned, but it's not that we are not conscious of it in some sense.
Okay, thank you very much, Amajit. And possibly the way is to set something which is connected to the adoption and implementation group, but we need to reinforce or ring fence a little bit this work and include possibly other kind of, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because this is for reflection. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I understand, Amajit, you have already considered my comment, but I'd like to emphasize two matters. First of all, coordination with IAF will be very important for the success of our ANI effort, especially for sustainability. On top of that, I believe we need to think about the need to make an extra effort to engage non-PA organization, such as a conformity assessment body in local jurisdictions, where non-PAs just dominate assurance services. I believe Korea will be one of them. Secondly, we need to consider how to better assist the jurisdictions in relation to their translation into their own local languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. And we know that you are particularly sensitive to the topic of non-PAs, given the reality in your country, where around 90% of the sustainability assurance reports are done by non-PA. So this is a good example. Yohai, please.
So thank you, Chair. And generally, I support the proposal. And the first point I would like to make is that continuous coordination with IWSB is very important. And the other thing is that also this was mentioned, but it is important to that guidance be developed to enable PA and no PA understand to the same level. And taking into account of the differences in the prerequisite knowledges between them. And the third point is, I'm not sure this should go to the A&I, but one area we need to take a look at is the value chain requirements. And my understanding is that many questions are raised during the course of the finalization of the provisions. And there has a very variable discussions we had, and it should be reflected in the FAQs and the guidances. And also, the value chain assurance practices is premature, and so we should listen to the voices of the practitioners and create guidances during the course of the mature of the practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohai. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to confess I was with Luigi in the assumption that this group may be like a scout for the kind of issues that the rollout could come up. And my question was, then who would be the interpretation committee or the fast action group that would say, okay, we found the flaw, there is a way to fix it in this way, it's presented to the next, I guess, board meeting to, and I completely understand that it will be developed, but it makes a lot of sense to have sort of this committee as a scout, even if that issue is brought back to the same working groups that develop the standard, maybe for solutions. That was the first point. The second is just a question, and we don't even have to discuss it now, but I was wondering what's the relation between this effort on implementation and adoption and the fundraising efforts of the foundation that James has spoken in different occasions about going to jurisdictions that are using our standards and try to convince them to contribute to the funding. Have you thought about that? Is there some sort of synergy in that process? Is that fundraising effort going to be an obstacle, or it's going to be an ally? I think that conversation should take place.
How many days do you have? Can you stay another week in New York?
Not now, but at some point
No,
between the group.
More than fair. I was jokes apart, Hector. This is definitely not the moment to discuss that, but we may need a good conversation about the connection between the two topics, which are, of course, connected. The only thing that I would say at a very high level is that we can't aim at getting external diversified funding without having a good product to show to her. And I think it's your perspective as well. So thinking that we can get the funding first and then develop the product, I think it's very difficult. So that's what we are doing. Hopefully going into the good direction, but this doesn't happen from one day to the other. But thank you for raising that and for your curiosity, because this board should not be completely away of this problem. It's an issue for us all. And thank you for that. So Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to maybe go back to Luigi on a few things on the SRG. So the SRG does have practitioners on it. So I think if I remember properly, it's mainly practitioners and regulators who are on that group. But I wouldn't say that if we have an issue with the standard, that's the group it needs to go to. It should come back to IESBA, and then we can consult with them as appropriate. I think part of the rationale, what John and Amajit said with the SRG, is like next year when various guidance documents are being developed, because these guys are practitioners in various jurisdictions, it would help by them reviewing the documents. So I think that's part of the rationale in suggesting the SRG continue for a year.
Okay, thank you, Chana. Listening to you, I think that the future of this might be something that we have a structure or a mechanism which absorbs the problems into the takes the problems into the board and identifies the problems, and then another structure which analyzes the problems and responds to the problems. But I'm just thinking as we go and as I listen to you. Paul, please.
Thank you very much. I think once again, just affirming support for the direction, but wondering whether there are opportunities almost in optics messaging to more explicitly include in the TORs when we're announcing this committee that they'll be doing that work around forward-looking monitoring and rapid response, so we can communicate to our stakeholders that we're conscious that we're doing a lot and we're setting up strict structures that'll consciously look at how we're going to affect you going forward and how we're going to address implementability. But second to that is even how we scope prioritization, whether we can build in a bit of clarity on prioritizing where is the kind of adoption and implementation the lowest and why, and what do we need to do in the standard structure and our approach to capacity building to shift those realities. So we're talking to the, if anything, both those who will deliver the highest impact, but also those who are suffering the most on the implementation. So we're communicating effectively across the spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think that that brings us a little bit to the again to the topic of if this is this group that is going to assume that monitoring task. But I see your point. It's a matter of communication and of creating a little bit more impact in terms of what this group is going to make, but also confidence and good expectations about what the IESBA can do in terms of responding to the problems. We'll see how we will organize this in the best way possible. Thank you. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the adoption and implementation phase, I think it will be the level of difficulty to implement the standard will really depend on how each jurisdiction will implement the reporting standard. So I think the interaction with ISSB and other reporting standard setters will be more and more important. And also the interaction with the companies who will start reporting on the standard will be important. So, and I know that is included in the plan, so I'm happy with that, but I want to remind that part, especially for the, as Yohei mentioned, the value chain part, will be really dependent on how jurisdiction will implement a reporting standard. And also from a company perspective, I think it's very important to early alert about the non-assurance service part, because that can start even now. And so I think that will be the important elements of the adoption and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that Luigi's question is basically, it was my question of yesterday. I think this issue of active monitoring, the more I think about it, and if I reflect on the discussions that happened over the past few days around this topic, I think that the sentiment around this board is that this issue of active monitoring, the way it has been described, is what is really going to drive adoption and implementation. And so I think that it would make sense to somehow connect it with this working group's efforts. Of course, I understand that it's always an issue of resources at the end of the day and the size of the team. And perhaps we might consider some form of collaboration in that case, or some form of an integrated effort between the adoption and implementation and the EIOC, assuming that the EIOC adopts a more focused approach, for example, I mean, in terms of focusing on this issue, I mean, we could consider having the EIOC sort of adjust its approach to emerging topics or to, and so, I mean, given that it is an issue of resources, so that we can have, as, I mean, what Hector said, like a scout, some form of a mechanism to scout and identify those issues, because I think that's going to really impact the future of the adoption and implementation of the IESA, at least to start with. So thank you.
Thank you, Rania. It's good to collect all this feedback and these ideas, because with all these proposals and others that I have already heard, I think that we will come up with something. But I don't. I will give the floor to Begonia, but I'll just mention that the the working group made a question on resources, which all of you very carefully avoided, and I'm not going to reopen the discussion. I think it's gonna, but clearly there is a question mark about how much we can do and how. Maybe the board is very confident that John and Elaine can do the job, but we will have to think about it very carefully. Even, I mean, can reinforce with staff, can reinforce with board members who have availability and capacity of which was the initial assumption of this group. We can think about many things, but there is clearly more than a question, that is an affirmation. There is a resource limitation, and we can't go unless Hector solves the funding problem, which should allow us a lot of opening a lot of avenues. I think we need to be aware of this. And before I give the floor to Begonia, I think that Ken would like to react on the resource.
Yeah, just a reaction. So yeah, I think I'd be a little bit cautious in trying to solve this issue of the active monitoring and how to put it in place. I think it's going to need a bit of thought to go into it and looking at the resourcing and so forth. I would just be a little bit hesitant to make the connection to EIOC, because I think there's perhaps a closer nexus to the ANI working group under its monitoring sort of leg or monitoring pillar, if I could call it that, to bring that into the, at least under the umbrella of the ANI working group. But that said, I just want to comment on this idea of scouting for challenges. And, when I hear that, it seems to me that it could be a bit of a random sort of process of anybody hears anything on the road or on the street and you talk to anybody. Maybe there's a bit of that, but I think it will need more than that. I think we're going to have to put in a bit of a system, or at least a systematic process of engaging with stakeholders who are at the coalface, so to speak, in particular the practitioners, both the PAs and the non-PAs. And as well, those who are implementing at the national level, in particular the national standard setters. What are they hearing? What are they encountering in terms of difficulties in implementing the standards? The professional accountancy bodies potentially, as well as the regulators. So there are a number of groups that this board could engage with under this active monitoring work stream. And it is we're going to need a bit of a plan so that there's clarity as to who's going to be involved, how we're approaching it, what's the timeline of it, and who are we going to be coordinating with, including IESBA importantly. So I think, as indicated, there are a number of moving parts that we just need to kind of pull them together and think carefully about it so that we can come forward to the board, most likely in March with because that would be the right time, because the standards would just have been issued and there's going to be some time that will be needed for jurisdictions, firms, etc., to adopt and implement, right? So if the board were to allow the staff working with the ANI working group and connecting into the planning committee as well, so that we can discuss this and then come to the board with a proposal next March, as to how best we're going to take that forward. That would be my suggestion to the board.
Thank you, Ken. And finally, Begonia.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's good to be the last before lunch. Well, I want to give the view of the PIOB here in this topic, and for us, indeed, the adoption and implementation of the IESBA standard is a key issue, because I mean this is strategically very important, because if this is not properly, if the standards of the code are not properly adopted, then which is all the efforts that you are doing here are completely useless, or at least in part very useless. So indeed, adoption and implementation are key, and monitoring that adoption, or pushing for the adoption and implementation, is really important. So the proposal of this group seems very relevant for us. Well, we also concur with the comments made by the SAC, but I will not repeat them. And I want to comment on the third pillar that you of the proposed terms of reference about the progress tracking. We think that is very useful that you have these systems in place about how to track, how to monitor the developments. So otherwise, it's going to be more complicated to see if there is really an impact of the standards. To conclude, I just want to insist in the idea that we mentioned in the public interest in the report we prepared in October about the need to have a monitoring system of the adoption, implementation of the sustainability project. It seems the more I hear you, the more I understand that this is really a key issue. I don't know if linked with this team or with this group or with another, but this is something that has to be organized, because it's going to be very, very important in the immediate years, not in the future, just now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begoña. Noted, and thank you for your comments. Amajit.
Just had one question, actually, or maybe the board members can give some advice on this issue, which I'm going to raise. So the effective date is 2 years from now and 3 years from now, right? So how should the adoption and implementation of FERD play around with that date? Let me just explain what I'm trying to say. When ISSB announced their standards, it was just 6 months. So they announced in June 2023, and they say the standards will be available for use or will become effective from 1st of January 2024. So I'm just wondering, how do we bring expediency in the adoption work? Some typical reaction could be, okay, these standards are 2 years from now, so why should I worry about looking at it now? It can wait 6 months, 1 year. So how do we handle that piece? If there's any advice around that, that would be useful.
Thank you, Amajit. Luigi.
I think that probably this is not a complete response, but I think that you may leverage on the experience in Europe. In 2024, CSRD is a reality. It is a reality without this standard, but it is a reality. And so there would be assurance standard used, there will be independent standard used, maybe, let's say, local if you want, but these provide you, well, every one of us, experience to observe, to understand where are the implementation issues. And there are also, I'm speaking about Europe because it is the reality that I know, there are also countries that have already stated in the law or in the implementation guidance or in the implementation acts that IWSB standard and IESBA standard would be the one, when ready, that would substitute everything is now local. And this, again, may provide you with some valuable insight to perform your adoption and implementation work, because it is easier starting from these countries that I already said, this is the standard we will use and implement.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Begoña, do you still want to speak? Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much for this very good discussion. I think that the working group will go back with a lot of feedback. And I think that we may consider the terms of reference approved. I don't think that we need any formality. Is there anyone objecting, wanting to abstain or whatever from the approval of the terms of reference? So thank you very much for that. Good luck. And of course, we will be very supportive of this work. This will involve the whole board and the whole staff. There is a group in place, there is some staff allocated to support, but this is going to be, if it's not a collective project of the board and of the staff, then I think we will fail. And we will need to involve a lot of stakeholders along the way. And I'll have to be myself listening to you, and that was already in my mind, involved in other ways, in connecting regularly with some stakeholders. And yesterday I was already making a plan to myself. Yeah, I would love to have time to tell you about the future, but that's gonna come in another moment. So we will stop now. I'm a bit shocked. I've just heard about a crime this morning. Did you have? What a terrible, not far from here. Yeah, the Hilton. Yes, I was on 6th Avenue by that time. So, okay, it's terrible. We will break now. Ken, sorry.
Yes, just a quick couple of announcements before you're partaking in the lunch. One is, first of all, I've been reminded, but I asked you to ask all board participants, you have received your IESBA branded water bottles. They're beautiful, but do not post them on social yet because they have the new branding for this board, which have not been announced yet. So much as you would like to tell the whole world that you have a most beautiful, amazing bottle, please do not post anything about them yet. Secondly, they came with a sticker. Some of the bottles had already had the stickers put on the bottles, but if yours hasn't been put on the bottle, Astu and Diana would be more than happy to help you put the stickers in the right spot. So please let them know. And finally, in relation to the most important thing that's on the agenda, which is the approval of the standards, the work streams and the task forces have been very busy over the last couple of days, as I think the board will appreciate. The documents are almost finalized in terms of the changes. The work streams and the task forces are just putting the finishing touches over lunchtime. They are expected to be available for circulation electronically to the board by around 3:30 this afternoon, so around mid-afternoon. And the board will have the rest of the day to carefully review the changes so that we can come to the board tomorrow for consideration of those changes and hopefully finalization of those standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will meet again in 50 minutes, maybe. Yeah. 2:05. Okay. Well, 2:10. You are laughing, so 2:10. Almost 1 hour. I think that we are fine because we have already anticipated part of the agenda this afternoon. And even if some of the staff and etc. has set up meetings considering this anticipation, we have time. So 2:10, we will be back. Thank you very much and have a good lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back for the last session of today. It seems that we are going to finish early enough for you to have a walk or to finalize the documents. So this session is on the PI rollout, which has been with us, a topic that has been with us for a long time, and that is now on IESB's agenda. Not that they have not almost finalized or finalized what they had to do, phase 2. But the connection between the two boards is very important in this topic at all times. Willy is with us today from IEESB to also help us in this discussion and mostly to update us on what's happening on the IEESB side, which may, of course, have impact on our side. So, Jeff, I'll probably pass to you to guide this discussion.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just perhaps some quick context before we pass it to Willy. Of course, as Gabriela have said, we have been working very closely with IESB, essentially really from the start of our PI project back a few years ago. We had a couple of correspondent members from IESB on the task force. And we finished our project a few years ago, and then that's when IESB picked up their project in 2 different tracks. And the first track, of course, that's been finalized, and is to operationalize our transparency requirement in the PI definition. So that's been done, and the IESB has been working on track 2 really is looking at adopting and implementing the PI definition into ISIS and ISQM more broadly, and their board, of course, has been working very hard in terms of looking at how to adopt, and then also they've had some discussions in September as well. And just to let the board know, the 2 certainly the our PI rollout task force and Sunnam, of course, has been a correspondent member on their PI task force, and we have also been coordinating very closely, certainly at the staff level. So hopefully this will be certainly a good outcome for IESB and for both boards moving forward as well. So I'm going to pass it to Willy. Thank you so much for giving your time today.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you, Jeff, for the introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to be here at the Ethics Board again, and this time to update you on the listed entity and PI project, specifically, as Jeff has indicated, track 2 of the project. So we issued an exposure draft in January at the start of this year. The exposure period closed in April. And since then, our board has had 2 discussions about the feedback that we've received. One was in executive session at the June meeting, and I believe at that same meeting you had a similar discussion in your executive session. And then we had a full plenary discussion at the September meeting, with the idea that moving into our meeting next week, we propose to approve the narrow scope amendments to the ISQMs and ISAs for the PI and listed entity project. So on this slide, I think it is very important to start with the fact that the IEESB remains committed to the elements that were included in our ED proposal. And although we may not be ready at this point to implement all of those elements, these elements still represent where we wish to end up. And to just quickly recap, the elements of the proposals in the exposure draft was to incorporate an overarching objective and purpose for establishing differential requirements in our standards, including a framework for when it may be appropriate to apply those requirements to other entities. Secondly, the adoption of a definition of public interest entity that provides a global baseline that could be consistently applied across jurisdictions, including the mandatory categories included in that definition. Adopting a definition for publicly traded entities as a replacement for the term listed entities, and also recognizing that publicly traded entities will be one of the categories of the public interest entity definition. The fourth element was recognizing the role of local bodies to define more explicitly the categories of PIs within the PI definition for a specific jurisdiction. The fifth element was the application of the PI mandatory categories and the requirements that go together with those categories. And although local refinement is accommodated, it does not alter the mandatory nature of those PI categories within the ISQMs and ISAs. And then the last element was then considering our extant differential requirements. So at the moment in our standards, we have 6 requirements that specifically apply to audits of financial statements of listed entities. And so to consider those extant differential requirements, to expand them to apply to PIs on a case-by-case basis, because the board felt that at the time when those requirements were introduced, there was specific rationale behind introducing those requirements, and that should be considered on a case-by-case basis. And then also moving forward to adopt a very balanced approach in terms of introducing additional differential requirements into our standards. Because what's very important, if you look at our extant differential requirements, they only deal with communications to those charged with governance, communications in the auditor's report, and then there's a differential requirement in terms of engagement quality reviews, which is a firm response to a quality risk that is implemented at the engagement level. But we don't have any differential requirements that talks to the work effort or the performance of the engagement, which we believe is very, very important. So those are the 6 elements, and like I said, the board certainly remains committed to those elements. On the next slide, I just wanted to show that the proposal in the exposure draft, we incorporated the PI definition into ISQM 1. What you see on the screen is ISQM 1, but there was a similar definition also included in ISA 200 for purposes of the ISAs. So that definition is aligned with the definition of the ethics code, and then there was a requirement that the firm shall treat an entity as a public interest entity in accordance with the definition in paragraph 16, as well as consider more explicit definitions established by law, regulation, or professional requirements for the entities in categories 1, 2, and 3. Now, on exposure, we did hear from respondents that they believe that our wording there was not sufficiently aligned with that of ethics, and that may inadvertently imply a different meaning. So we did then consider, in responding to the comments, adjusting paragraph 18A, and you will see that in the block with the green label in the bottom right-hand side of the slide, to then align that wording more closely to the ethics code to say the firm shall treat an entity as a PI, and in doing so shall take into account more explicit definitions established by law, regulation, or professional requirements. However, more broadly speaking, the board felt that that did not sufficiently address the divergence issue that was identified when we got our comments back from exposure draft. And the board reconfirmed that its intent, and that is the little block on top on the right-hand side of the slide, that the board's intent was that, yes, if a jurisdiction refines those mandatory categories, then the local PI definition will comply with the IASB definition. However, if an entity if a jurisdiction does not have a PI definition or excludes one or more of those mandatory categories, then our definition will apply. And even that adjustment in that wording did not address that divergence issue. So because the board felt that the original intent could not be achieved anymore, at our September meeting, the board considered 2 options. And these options the slide just depicts these options with the different elements of the proposal and how those 2 options compare. In essence, it comes down to the fact that under option 1, we will adopt the PTE definition in the ISQMs and ISAs, but we will not adopt the PI definition, which then obviously has a knock-on effect in terms of our differential requirements will then be amended to apply to PTEs, but not to PIs, because we will effectively not have a definition for PIs. Under option 2, we will adopt both the PTE definition and the PI definition, and then we would have, the proposal was to then introduce a conditional requirement, and that paragraph 18A that you saw on the last paragraph would then effectively have read something along the following lines. The firm shall treat an entity as a public interest entity in accordance with the definition, provided that the categories set out in 1, 2, and 3 apply only to the extent that law, regulation, or professional requirements have more explicitly defined which entities are included in one or all of those categories in a specific jurisdiction. So it would have introduced a conditional requirement based on whether the entity has refined those, not the entity, the jurisdiction has refined those categories or not. So on balance, let me see, there we go, 1 to 4, there we go. So in terms of the totality of the board's considerations over the last 6+ months, the board on balance decided that option 1 presently provides the most feasible path for the IASB to advance its proposals. The board came to the conclusion that we cannot continue to pursue our original proposals under the exposure draft for a number of reasons. Firstly, it will effectively go beyond the ethics code, because you would effectively then have a situation where we would say something is a PI, which would not be a PI under the ethics code, and then effectively require those independent standards to be applied. Also, we will have a situation where both boards have the same definition, but we get to different outcomes. And the IASB felt that they will be left effectively in the same position we were pre-ED, where we in the past decided not to have a PI definition or extend our differential requirements to PIs because of the lack of a global baseline that could be consistently applied across all jurisdictions. When looking at option 2, the board felt that that was also not a viable option for the IASB. Firstly, we will end up with jurisdictional variations across multiple classes of entities that are intended to be part of mandatory categories within the PI definition. And then the second bullet is the most important one, and that is that the board saw that there was a precedent risk in introducing a model that is inconsistent with our standards design and the application of the engagement requirements that are included in the IASB standards in order to represent an ISA audit. So the board effectively could not get comfortable with the model. And the board felt that that model will open the door for having performance requirements that are conditional upon whether a jurisdiction are ready for the requirements. And that was the main reason why the board felt that option 2 was not a viable option for the board. However, like I said at the start, the board certainly stays fully committed to the elements in the original project proposal, and that's why the board agreed to revisit the adoption of the PI definition aligned with the definition in the ethics code, and to extend the differential requirements to apply to PIs when the global adoption and implementation of the PI definition has sufficiently matured and the nature, extent, and implications of variations are clearer. So during this interim time, we propose that we will certainly continue to support and encourage the adoption of the ethics PI definition, and that we will also, and that's not that apparent from the papers that were posted to the board, but after posting, we've obviously had a number of internal discussions, and we will be more explicit in terms of when we will revisit this. So we will discuss with our board next week that we think an appropriate time to revisit this to allow us to do some information gathering and research, obviously in coordination with the ethics team, would be 2026, such that in the second half of that year, we can have our first report back discussion to the board. So based on then proceeding with option 1, this is then the definition of publicly traded entity that is included in our proposals that are going to our board next week. And you will notice there are 2 components to that. The first component is the core definition, and that core definition is exactly aligned with that of the ethics code. It is word for word the same definition. And then we've also got essential application material to definition that basically state that for purposes of complying with the ISQMs or ISA, so remember, we will have the definition in ISQM 1 for the ISQMs, and we will have the definition in ISA 200 for the ISAs. If law regulation then refines that refined definition should be applied. So we do still accommodate, as we did in the original project proposal, we still accommodate the local refinement of the definition. This then means if we go through to the requirements and application material and some other material in the standards, is that in all instances where we today use listed entity, we will replace that with publicly traded entity. We will also amend those 6 differential requirements to apply to publicly traded entities. And to each of those to each of those differential requirements, we will have application material to alert the auditor to the fact that the auditor may determine that it may also be appropriate to apply that requirement to entities other than publicly traded entities. And for that, we will refer them back, in the case of the ISAs, back to ISA 200, where we've incorporated the overall objective, purpose, and framework for differential requirements and for determining when you may have entities where there's a significant public interest in the financial condition of those entities. Taking this back to the original project objectives for track 2, there were 3 project objectives. So in terms of the first project objective, to achieve convergence to the greatest extent possible. So at this point, we believe the greatest extent possible is to adopt the PTE definition, because we do believe that the PTE definition is an improvement on the listed entity definition. And as you identified in your project, and we agreed with that, there were problems with the listed entity definition. We also believe that the IASB at this point not having a PI definition is a pre-existing difference between our standards and the code. And we have adopted also the overarching objective and purpose for establishing differential requirements, and the notion of entities in which there is a significant public interest in the financial condition of those entities. In terms of the second objective, to establish objectives and guidelines to support judgments about differential requirements, those have been, so that sort of builds on the last bullet point, flows through to the second objective. We've included that in the introduction sections of ISQM 1 and ISA 200 with relevant application material, and that is aligned with the ethics code. And then in terms of our extant differential requirements, I've already mentioned that. The only point that I want to highlight in addition here is the last bullet point in the far right-hand column, that we have also included in that framework of considerations for the auditor to determine whether it may be appropriate to apply a requirement to entities other than PTEs. We have included as one of the considerations is how did you treat this entity for purposes of relevant ethical requirements? So we have included that as a consideration. I've run out of slides, so that's it. That's up to where so happy to take any observations or questions. So Gabriella, I hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Vili, for joining us and for your time and for this very clear presentation about what's happening on your side, on the side of IASB with respect to the PI definition. I will open here for questions or comments or suggestions, not only from the pre-existing working group on our side, but for all the board members. And I see that Christelle already has a comment or a question.
No, I have a question. I think I didn't catch the problem. Is there a difference between PTE and IASB PTE definition and PI definition from IESBA? And if yes, I didn't catch why.
Vili, do you want to respond?
Yeah,
because
I can respond to that. Yeah, so just to reconfirm that in advancing our proposals under option 1, we are proposing to adopt the publicly traded entity definition, which is fully aligned with the ethics code's definition on PTE. We are not adopting the PI definition, so we will not have a PI definition in our standards under the under option 1. And the main reason for that was, like I explained, the board couldn't get comfortable with the model that we will be introducing in our standards, that requirements are conditional on whether the jurisdiction is ready for the requirements. So to explain it a little bit differently, the board was afraid that if we put that into our standards, we would be saying, this is our definition of PI. These are the requirements that apply to PI. But if you don't have a PI definition, it's fine. You can use whatever. Another example, and that is what the board felt, is that is not aligned with our standards design for our engagement standards, where there's no option on whether to apply a requirement or not. You have to comply with every ISA that's relevant to the audit and every requirement in every ISA that is relevant to the audit. So for example, if you have a jurisdiction that didn't adopt, and this is a real case actually, that didn't adopt ISA 600, if anyone in that jurisdiction wants to claim, they have complied with the ISAs. They will have to apply ISA 600 revised because that's the requirement. And the board did not feel comfortable in terms of opening that door that we could end up with requirements that are conditional on whether a jurisdiction is ready for it. So in effect, in the end, there will be no conflict between the two board standards because, like I said, the PTE definitions will be exactly aligned. We will not have a PI definition, and that's a pre-existing difference. And we are committed to revisit that as the adoption of the ethics definition matures, and we will definitely still continue to encourage and support the adoption of the ethics definition.
Thank you very much, Willy. Christelle, no? Other questions or comments? Jeff, suppose that you want to say something?
Oh, please, Andy, go ahead.
No, I mean, again, thanks for bringing us up to date. And I think, you ended up in probably the best of all possible worlds, in terms of the IAASB view of things. So, appreciate also all the coordination we've had since our first meeting in February of 2020, 3 weeks before the shutdown. We had a meeting.
No, thank you, Andy. And as I said, the coordination is not done yet because now we have to continue to work with the ethics team to see that, that we can gauge the status of the adoption. And at one point, do we feel that there's a sufficient global baseline that our requirement can apply as we intended it originally under our proposals?
Thank you, Willy. And so going forward, Andy, you may still receive some calls as the group keeps on connecting with the IAASB.
You know where to find me.
Jeff, please. Sorry, I was not seeing you. Sadia.
Really, I'm appreciative of the inclusion of how was this entity treated for relevant ethical requirements. I think in jurisdictions that have adopted the PI definition, they'll get to a similar basis. I want to know in your frequently asked questions or in your support or implementation, would you be making reference to the PI definition there for jurisdictions that have adopted? So to trigger that PI conversation that comes to light. That was one. And the second observation is that you mentioned 2026, and on our work program, we actually have a post-implementation review for PI, so there might be a coordination effort there as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sadia. And what we've in actual fact been doing, even in the proposals that is going to the board next week, in the application material, we've already alluded to jurisdictions that may have a public interest definition under their relevant ethical requirements. And actually, even if you go back to that definition, you will see there, for purposes of complying with the ISQMs, if a law regulation have more explicitly defined, for example, for purposes of defining entities that are considered public interest entities. So we have sort of built that into the standards, but certainly, obviously, in our basis for conclusions, we will be very specific. Also, the PIOB has directed us to be very specific about our rationale and where are we going next. So we will incorporate that. And then just in terms of your remark around a post-implementation review, yes, we've acknowledged that in our papers for next week as well. So yeah, that will be an excellent coordination opportunity as well.
Thank you, Willy. Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. Just firstly, just a belated welcome to some of our IAASB colleagues who are online. Just want to welcome Sue Almond, who is the IAASB PI Task Force Chair, and also Ida and Isabel, who is on staff looking after this project. So thank you for joining us. I was actually going to raise that point about the post-implementation review of our PI project. Of course, the board discussed this yesterday on our as part of our mid-cycle review. Currently, it's scheduled to commence in 2017, but as we get closer, as we mentioned yesterday, we will need to start thinking about the next strategy period, and we'll start to get some input. So we'll be thinking about this, and the board will have a chance to look at this again, perhaps towards the end of next year in terms of the PI post-implementation review. But of course, as Willie have said, we have started really well with coordination and on the PI project, and hopefully we'll continue to do so, and perhaps even improve the way we coordinate and make sure that from stakeholders' perspective, they don't always see two boards and two separate sets of definitions. So we're going to work very hard to make sure that the coordination is as seamless as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions? Sorry, Ken, I see you. I don't think that there is anyone else, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabrielle. Not so much a question, but more maybe a couple of reflections in terms of where IESBA has landed. Granted, it's not yet approved, its final position, because that's going to be happening next week when IESBA is meeting. But essentially, there is a difference in approach in terms of how the two boards are viewing the concept of a public interest entity. For independence purposes, clearly under the code, under the PI revisions, and in particular the revised PI definition, the independence requirements will apply to public interest entities as determined at the national level in accordance with the IESBA definition, if assuming the jurisdiction has taken up the revised PI definition. For audit purposes, therefore, it's not going to be the case insofar as the differential requirements in ISOs are concerned. So to illustrate, if there is an insurance company, for example, that's considered to be a PI at the national level, that insurance company, the audit of that insurance company would be subject to the PI independence requirements under the code. But in terms of the differential requirements under the ISOs, that company would not be scoped in. So that's a bit of the consequence of the different approaches, if you will, different perspectives in terms of how the standards are developed between the two boards. And clearly, the IESBA has come to a view, and it is for the audit board to take that view forward. Now, in terms of tracking adoption of the PI definition over time, this is, and that's not to put more work on Amajit's working group, but this is also very much squarely in your sort of sandbox, Amajit, I would say, because it is about tracking the issue of adoption, implementation, and the PI provisions are very important. We have been doing it perhaps informally with the national standard setters when we meet up with them every year, and we have received some updates. But the group of national standard setters we engage with it's a very small group. It's about 12, 13 countries, so nowhere near covering the globe, as it were. So there needs to be a lot of work that needs to go in terms of tracking the scope and the extent of adoption of the revised PI definition. There is a bit of a database that staff has been developing. It is a work in progress, but it clearly needs more work, more thought going into it, and there's going to need to be a bit of a systematic approach to tracking adoption around the world, and maybe that's an occasion for the working group to work even more closely with IFAC to see whether they can contribute to that effort, because this work is clearly not going to be just relevant to this board, but it's also going to be relevant to the IESBA's consideration as to what its next steps might be. And as Vil indicated, there's going to be a need for IESBA to come to a view at some point in the future as to whether there is sufficient adoption of the IESBA PI definition around the world to generate, I suppose, to justify or to provide a basis for IEESB to then revisit its position that it is going to take in terms of its final consideration next week. So just a couple of reflections there, so the board knows kind of where things stand and what might be the way forward.
Thank you very much, Ken. And I think that this also helps responding to Christelle's question about the differences and etc. Andy, please.
Yeah, no, I appreciate those reflections, and also just in terms of my personal view as to where we sit. When this project started, we were looking at enhancing the confidence in the public stakeholders' view on the independence of the auditors. And so there are more differential aspects for that enhanced competence in the ethics standards, more differences. And I never believed it necessarily meant there needed to be any differential in the underlying auditing at all. And so, but I think it probably, as it sits right now, to be a more elegant solution, not to have two different definitions of the word public interest entity, but to have public interest entity and then you publicly traded entity, so that they are, as you say, Willie, that's where we started to, well, even before we modified our PI definition. So, I mean, I'm quite satisfied that this board enhanced the competence and the independence of the auditors when we upped the PI definition. And I think the Auditing Standards Board, as you say, it's up for them to decide to do what constitutes an audit. So I'm for one, I'm perfectly fine with where we're sitting right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. As one example more that all the coordination, which has been very effective and real in this case over the last months, I'd say many months, does not necessarily need to bring to an equal solution if we think that the underlying reality and it is not exactly the same. So, and we'll, as Ken was saying, we will monitor, we will see where this will bring us, both of us, and if necessary, adjust going forward. Any other comments, questions, suggestions? If not, really, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I think you have been very helpful and very clear in your explanations about where you are. I wish you good luck for next week for the approval and for the meeting that you will hold. And thank you. We'll keep on speaking.
Oh, thank you, Gabriella. And as Ken pointed out, we still we still have that hurdle to pass. Thanks.
Yeah, until the last minute, it's open. We know that. Yeah. So thank you very much also to the board. With this, I think that for today, unless Ken has something else to tell you, we are ready a little bit later than initially planned, but I think that it was a very substantive meeting this morning and also in the afternoon. And we will close for today and meet again tomorrow at 9, hopefully with everyone being ready for the important moments that we will have ahead of us, which is the approval of the sustainability standards and of the expert standards. So it's going to be an important moment. Have a good rest, have a good sleep, and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 9.